to Gravel Earth Series.
Once upon a time,
Hello,
I set out to tame a beast.
welcome to the first.
Not just any beast. One that could take the trails, roots, and bumps, and still feel smooth under me. I needed comfort for those long days where the sun burns hot on the top and the dust keeps rising. I needed speed too, the kind that you feel in your face, that pushes through the wind, that makes the heat easier to bear. I tried many, strong, wild, stubborn ones, but none moved like this one, just like in.
Hello and welcome to the first dance of the season. We are here in San Gregory, ready for La Santa Vall by the Traca. I'm Maya, I'll be your host today, and I'm here besides me is Emma Porter. She'll be commentating on the women's side, and then we'll have Peter Stetina for the men's. Emma, we've seen them on the starts. What do you think?
Oh, I'm super excited to see how this race plays out. It's the standards race every year. So in the last, I think this is the fourth time I've been Santa Vall in 5 years, and I've never seen like rollers at the start line. Team vans, there's a whole little village set up outside. The level is, it's high. We've got Olympians, we have pro triathletes, we have an Ironman race winner at the start, we've Xterra pros, World Cup marathon winners. It's stacked. It's exciting.
First stage, they have 120 kilometers to go with more than 1,600 meters of elevation. It's been raining. This winter's been crazy around Girona. We've had lots of rain. We've had lots of wind. The terrain is in rough conditions. So
it's muddy and it's cold. Well, it's not cold until you get wet, but it was maybe 8 degrees riding out here this morning. It's going to get up to about 14 Celsius, which is not particularly warm, and the wind is going to pick up as we go on. So it's quite mild out there now in terms of the wind, but by the end of the stage, it's going to be a little bit windier, it's going to be a bit tougher, and they're going to be probably covered in mud by the time they come to the start line, if yesterday's ride was anything to go by.
yeah, you can see them here on the starts. It was cold this morning, as we said. We were seeing really nervous faces, serious faces as well. New teams developing. It's even hard for us to recognize them, no, in their new kit, new bikes. It'll take us a bit to get used to. Here we see G on the new specialized off-road team. That I'm really interested to see that.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see how they race together. They're a little bit easier to spot in the red, that stands out a bit more, but you can see there's a lot of blue, green, and kind of beigey brown colors in there. And like Maya said, we're seeing new kits, new teams, and so it's going to take a minute or two or a couple of seconds each time to figure out who's who in the bunch as we see the stream come up later on. But the specialized guys stand out, so it'll be interesting to see how they race together, or if they race together. I presume they're going to race together. That's the general idea for them.
Here we have the starting list of the women. It's really packed. We have Caroline Migon, Morgan Aguirre, Jerike Schreers, Annika Langbart, Sophie Wright, Danish Rosary, Lucy Hampstead, Axel Duval-Prevot, Sofia Gomez Villafañe, and Clara Sophie. So, yeah, deep field, more than 70 pro women. You've won this race before.
No.
Oh, you didn't win Santa Vall?
No. I think I was second twice, but it was a very different race then.
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
I've never seen people doing rollers 1 minute before the start.
Yeah. No, it's a big step up. But it's a strange race because it's very early in the season. It's the 14th of February. And okay, there have been 1 or 2 races, and okay, so Nicole Frayne we might expect to ride quite well because they've come from Australia where the season it's kind of a normal time for them to be riding strong. But for everyone else, you can see they're nervous. It's like the rust buster. You can hear the disc brakes in the background there because it is damp. But we're hearing of athletes whose bikes arrived last night. at 9 p.m. last night. That's a tough start to be out there racing on a bike that arrived at 9 o'clock last night.
Yeah, I don't want to be in that spot. It's always the first of the season. You need to test everything, see how it works, the clothing. Even like the specialized off-road team, they got their bikes a week ago, and then I think everybody's testing their equipment, testing their clothing, testing their team, how everything works. Like even for us, it's the first of the season, so we're testing how everything works. But yeah, we're excited for this event. We see some serious faces.
Very serious faces there. But this is like those first like maybe 5-10K are kind of some of the most nerve-wracking in this race in particular, because everyone is excited, nervous. Probably more on the nervous side than the excited side if the kit is new and you haven't raced yet this year. So it can just feel a little bit kind of tetchy on the way out, but as it splits up, they'll settle in nicely.
Yeah, they have 15 to 18 kilometers of rolling roads to just get everybody in their position before the gravel starts. So yeah, I remember this part feels like a road race.
Yeah, oh, big time. But I think we already saw Excel putting in a little dig on the road to split it up. I mean, why not with 115K to go to just split up the group a little bit? But maybe not the worst idea before they hit the gravel trails either. So
yeah, it would be interesting to see, are the teams going to work together? Is Specialist going to work together?
I think they will. I mean, so there was an interview with Mads with the Roadman podcast a few weeks ago, and he was saying like the general idea for them is for Specialized is to win as many races as possible, so why wouldn't they work together? I imagine they're all being paid quite well to be there and work together, and Specialized is very much win bike races to sell bikes, and it's a pretty strong team. I can't see them, why wouldn't they work together? But then again, Annika Langvad won last year's stage 2 by 10 minutes on her own, so maybe we could see something like that and they might not need to work together.
Yeah, some of the riders have done this race. It's been their home race for a long time. And then we see Sofia here, it's her first time doing Santa Vall, 2-day stage race. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
and Canyon DT Swiss have said they plan to work together as well. I spoke with Yada briefly, and she said, the idea is that they will work together, but then also they're very much of the opinion that so we're easing ourselves into the season, and everyone has a little thing at the beginning. Oh, I was sick in January, and that's normal. But so everyone is definitely nervous, but no, it'll be interesting to see.
And as we were saying, is like it's been a harsh winter in Europe, so training hasn't been that easy. Usually in Spain, it's cold, but it's sunny, and then the training goes pretty well. But in Girona, December, February, and January, it's just been wet. So
yeah, no, it was very Irish conditions in Girona this year.
So yeah, hopefully the weather starts changing. We're zooming into Girona, the capital of the gravel.
All right, definitely
at the moment. So we're seeing here the track for today. The start. It's San Gregory. It's a little town, really cute little town, really near Girona, less than 5K away. So I'll go out, get a bit on the mountains, come down again. Do some river crossings that are going to be interesting. And then they go to the famous climb of the Gavarras. This is a long one. I think the race is going to get cut here. Then they come down again to a bit of the flats, up and down, but with the terrain so broken, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah.
They have the fit zone as well, but they only have one fit zone that they can get assistance from. So working with the teams and tactics is going to be pretty good to see. They go up in the mountains again, a bit of ups and downs, and then they go to the river, parallel to the river, Constantines, and back to San Gregory.
Oh, great. They're going out as far as Constantines. They're not crossing where we did yesterday, no?
Oh, yeah. I think they're crossing where we did yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, cold feet coming in.
Because the organization has been working on the track. As we said, it's been really rainy. We had bad wind, so it's been cutting off trees that had fallen, building bridges that had gone away. So yeah, it's been pretty hard work from the organization to make this track work.
Yeah, I mean, even the difference yesterday when we did that river crossing was, it was completely different than it was a week ago. I went out there a week ago and I was like, there's no way they can leave this in the race. It it was knee deep in places.
Yeah.
I just turned around and went a different way home. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
No, and usually that part is like champagne gravel. It's just super
it's
fast. It's the end of Traca as well, so this race could be a pretty good test for Traca.
Yeah.
For the riders, for the teams, and yeah, I think it's gonna for today. It finishes in that river crossing. It's just less than 8K from here.
Yeah.
And I think if a little group is there, somebody's gonna try to attack.
Yeah. But I mean, if you mess up that river crossing, if you try and ride it and you're not up for it, or if you try and ride it and don't take the right line, it could leave you outside of a group that's coming in together. So it's definitely a technical feature towards the end that could decide the race for the front group.
We're seeing them here in the first part of the course doing that road part that can work a bit more like road tactics.
It can, but it's also okay. They're coming downhill here, but around that area, some of the climbs are a bit of a shock to the system early on. I remember doing this 2 years ago now, and it was a bit of a yeah. The race went here, and the front group was kind of decided as before we got to the descent in La Motta, and then there was another small break from there. But it's not an easy climb despite it being on the road. So it's kind of nice that it breaks it up a little bit for them before they hit the trails, especially this early on in the year.
Yeah, and then just after they hit the trails, they do that climb that will break things up as well.
Yeah.
But then you have the descent that good riders can catch up a bit.
That descent is, it's one that like I ride it a couple of times a year, and no matter every time I ride it, I've never felt like I've gotten my setup perfect for it. Every time I come around it, the gravel is a different type of loose, and I've never felt like I've had my tires perfect for it compared to the rest of the course. So it's, yeah, you want to really be able to handle your bike coming down there, because if you hit the corners wrong, you can just slide out so easily.
Yeah, we've been here for the last 2 or 3 days, and it's been interesting to watch the riders choose the tire width, choose the tires, choose their gearing. So I'm seeing a lot of 50s, and that can tell you a lot.
I have friends who've arrived out with that, and then they've seen the mud, and then they're not so sure they've made the right decision. So it'll be really interesting to see, because it's definitely it looks a little bit drier out there today, but given that it rained a lot yesterday, I mean, it might suit you early on, but later on it could be an entirely different situation. So.
And gearing wise as well. Like I've seen the 46 on the back, but I'll see the 52 as well. And then one chain ring, 2 chain rings.
Yeah.
A lot of options at the moment, and that's the part we love about gravel, to see just the different setups of people. And I think it can help, or it can...
Oh, it can be, yeah, it can decide your race entirely. I mean, my preference is I've got a 52 on the back. I can't imagine riding around Girona without it with some of those climbs. But then if you're on the flat and you don't have a big enough front chain ring, you're out as well. So it's trying to get that balance. I think maybe a 40 on the front and 52 on the back could be perfect, but that's me. That's how I ride. But yeah, I don't know. It's a 2x. I like the idea of, but if you got some mud in there...
Yeah, I've been riding 1x for years then. I wouldn't change it at all. And then we've seen a lot of riders with a hydration pack.
That, I think, is key. It just makes life easier. I mean, a bottle can bounce out, but you can also put your carbs in there, and it just makes your nutrition strategy that much easier if you can drink your carbs as you go. Also, if you're riding on something slightly more technical, you can just put the straw in your mouth rather than reaching down for a bottle. But if you lose a bottle as well, that can change your race. So if you have the hydration pack and you know that your carbs are in it, it's just one less thing to think about. But it is the extra weight on the opening climbs.
Yeah, as we were saying, there are water points, but only in one aid station they can be helped out by the external assistants on their team or friends. So tactics on food and drink is pretty key.
It's a long way to get there if something goes wrong ahead of it.
And then also the change in temperatures, because I think it's at the start 3 degrees in the morning, and then it can get to 15, 16 during the day.
I think... Oh, sorry, I'm not someone else on the line there. I think it was maybe 7 riding out this morning, and it's supposed to get to 14, 15 by the end of the race today, but it's it's not a huge jump, but I think tomorrow I looked at it and online it was saying like a low of -2 or something on the way out. But that was 2 days ago, so it might have changed since then. But up to 17, and that's a huge difference.
Yeah, that can be different day.
And then, I mean, the setups vary for some of the riders as well. Some of them have great team support, and some of them are kind of out here on their own. And while they might have support behind the scenes, when they get to the race day, they might have a friend. And it's like, okay, I'm riding out, and I'll meet you out there. And will you bring a bag? Will you carry this? Will you carry that? And it's trying to bring everything to the finish as well, and hopefully have someone there who could mind it for you. And if you're riding out from town and it's 0, you want a lot of layers. But then where do you put them if you don't have someone to pick them up?
Yeah, they do have here, you can leave.
Oh, okay, yes, well, I should know that, but
No, the organization works on that. It knows that mainly, I think 80% of the riders just ride from Girona.
yeah.
So because the majority are staying around there or houses over there, and then everybody rides to warm up and then they can leave. There's stuff here that's really helpful. Also because when you finish, you're so hot and then you want to change quickly and right back.
You're hot, but then you're cold again if you
Exactly.
hang around for too long, yeah.
In a minute you get cold, so it's really important to have something quickly to change. And because as we said, it's 2 stages of Santa Vall. First stage 120k, and the second stage is less than 90k.
Do you miss the hill climb? There was a year, there were 3 stages.
I did like it. The only thing's like, I would have liked it to start one by one. I think when we started as a group, it was like, ooh, I was going way faster than I should have. And then when the hill came, I was like, wow. It was just like a slap in my face. It
Oh, that
like,
was-
ooh, yeah, I didn't miss racing.
That was a tough season opener that year.
Ouch.
But I was talking to someone last week and we were saying, wouldn't it be cool if it was a stage 3?
Oh, yeah. I would like
Yeah,
that.
if you had to race the first 2 stages and then it came down to seconds and you had to do the hill climb at the end, that could be...
What would you do in the afternoon?
Yeah, and then everyone would hang around and it would make sure everyone had to stay for the very finish. I mean, most people do, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's great atmosphere here. It's
now that I'm no longer racing, I can hit these ideas, you know?
somebody's gonna kill you. Huh?
Yeah. I think Gerard is higher up their list, so
No, but the venue around is super nice to see. It's like a party when you're around. You have coffee, you have breakfast in the morning before you start. So you can come here and have breakfast, and then when you arrive, you have lunch. It's like proper Spanish meal, and you even have beers and aquarius, and yeah, it's just people love staying here.
no, it's a great atmosphere. It's racing in Girona is always super nice, and Castmark do a really good job of that. Although I know a lot of people who are this morning at 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. getting up to have breakfast, questioning their life decisions, but I know in the afternoon they'll be much happier.
Agreed. And then you have a bit of lunch here after the stage. You go back, shower, and then maybe just collapse in the sofa to prepare for the next day. Here on our screen we see Cara Dixon. This is good to see. She's a like ultra rider, but she's been choosing these races maybe to get some speed in the legs. It's nice to see different disciplines here. Girls coming from the road, from the track, from the mountain bike, and into gravel.
From triathlon and Xterra, and we have a world winter triathlon champion on the start list as well. 2021 winter triathlon involves skis and
Skate ski, mountain biking on the snow, and
we have a speed skater as well, and a pro snow skateboarder with Ribble. Yeah, I have her name here. I did have her name. I wrote it down. Who's on
mix
Ribble?
of woman, eh?
Josie, I think.
Josie Laurie.
I think. Yeah, I'm 99% sure that's her. Yeah, former pro skateboarder with the gravel. So yeah, it's a real weird mix of stuff. And I think I saw a former pro fencer on the start list too, Paula Schmidl from Austria. So yeah, it's a mix of talent. It's going to be cool to see how they all work together or work against each other.
We're seeing images here from earlier today. They're still on the road. So at this point, they've done 7 kilometers. There's still a big pack, and we thought this was going to happen. I think the break will start on around kilometer 48. That's when the steep hill climb comes by.
I think LaMotta might break it up a little bit as well earlier on.
We'll do a bit of cleaning,
yeah.
but I don't think it's going to be a small group.
No, definitely not this time. No, this is the most stacked I've ever seen in the start list.
Me too. I'm happy I'm here. I'm not racing at the moment. So yeah, first time we do the live streaming for Santa Val. Look at these beautiful drone images. This is our little city and our little playground.
Oh, the Guevara is like, what a place to ride gravel.
You can get lost in Guevaras, and then it's just amazing.
I mean, like, those are some very obvious tracks there, but there are so many like little single tracks that just turn off left, right, and center, and you could really get lost.
Yes, when you go there by the weekends, there's so many people on mountain bikes, kids, people running. Yeah, it's a playground, and Catalans love their outside activity. So
A bit of wildlife around there as well.
oh yeah, wild boars. I've seen a couple.
And there's a few deer. I had the misfortune of walking a few dogs recently and coming across a couple of deer.
Oh, I've never seen that. You're
Oh, yeah.
lucky.
Well, I was unlucky that morning.
This is a bit of gravel part we were talking about. It's really important to be well positioned. It's pretty rocky. I've never seen Navarra so rocky because of all the rain, just a lot of puddles. So you want to be in the front. You see somebody just hopping that puddle. Never know how deep they are.
No, it's anyone's guess, really. It could just be you roll over it, you could just hit the front wheel in and game over very early on. Is that Annika or
Sophia.
okay?
I think I cannot really tell from this point, but Annika's not doing Cape Epic this year, so maybe her form. Last year she was doing Cape Epic, so she had to be really good form, and yeah,
That was an understatement for last year.
she just went. This could be Clara in the front or Dani.
I thought Danny had a black jersey on, but maybe that was a jacket at the start line.
It's even hard for the motor riders to keep up with the women. Going down, these descents are pretty tricky. We see Annika. Annika's riding with the Danish national champion. She is.
Of course, yeah.
So that was Sophia in the front.
Oh, someone off a bike there.
That's what we were saying. It's so important to be well positioned. This is the climb. This is the one before the Mota that we were saying. It's you do a left corner and then it's pretty steep up. I was riding the other day the course with G, and she had, I think, a 48 on the front, and she was struggling.
48 on the front is a lot, though.
Yeah, I think she changed, but oh yeah, look, we have a bit of a push. Sophia and.
I can't quite tell who that is.
Oh, Rosa. That could be Rosa.
It looks like her bike and her kit, but
that's what we were saying. Everybody's changed their clothing, so it's a bit hard on the first one of the season to recognize the people, but we'll get there.
I think this could be a really good battle between these two for the day as well, if this is how it's going to play out.
And they already had the battle in track at 200, remember?
I know, but then it's a bit of vengeance there, is there?
Yeah, it's a good tactic. We see here having some problems. It's I think they put loose gravel on the top of this climb as well, so it's pretty. Once you're down off the bike, it's really hard to get up again.
No, I remember. I remember this one, and if you don't get it right, you've just got to run to the top. It's not enjoyable. And if you don't know it, you don't know which side to take.
So now we are gonna see live images from this moment. You can see on your screen the groups, who's riding together. We were right.
Oh no, that's Morgan and Sophia, it says, in the lead group. Morgan Aguirre?
Yeah.
And Sophia, so not Rosa. Followed by Sophie Wright, and then the chasing group is Nicole Frayne, G, and Annika.
Wow, pretty early in the stage to be doing these moves. Do you think it's going to be a decisive move?
I think Morgan and Sophia are strong enough that if they're willing to work together, or if Sophie Wright bridges to them and the three can work together, I think they could stay away. Could, not will. Morgan's just off the back of an altitude camp in Colombia. She said she said she felt good, but also that she wasn't really too sure what to expect. Is Sophia doing Cape Epic? I hadn't looked at that.
No,
Okay.
I don't think this year. They're really committing to gravel. They have a good mix of races, and I think that all the specialized team will stay here and go next week to another race in Spain and take
Okay.
advantage that they're here and then fly back to the US.
Okay, cool.
So I think they have a pretty packed calendar. As we were saying, there's puddles, a lot of water. They'll have their feet wet since the beginning.
Oof. I don't know about you, but it took me a half an hour to warm up yesterday after that river crossing. And sorry, a half an hour after I got home, not half an hour afterwards.
I think I haven't been, I need to go to some tropical place. I need the warm. I'm not a winter person, so yeah. Haven't warmed up in a month.
No, the winter here this year was it was a little bit unforgiving.
Yeah, hopefully we've had a lot of water, so I think the spring is going to be spectacular, and I'm hoping for Traka to be warm and sunny.
Oh, I hope so. I hope that's the end of it. I think people are saying that is the end of it. It's supposed to get warmer from now on. I really hope they're right.
Yes, this is your front group. Sophia, Morgan, and
Sophie Wright kind of chasing in no man's land in between them and a chase group. So Sophie was second at European Gravel Championships. She's a former World Tour rider. She had a really good season last year for her first kind of proper gravel year. Is there a third rider in there on the?
yeah, I think so,
Okay.
but I still don't know who.
Oh, that could be Rosa then. That's who we thought it was on the climb.
Yeah,
So that group is strong enough that it could stay away.
yeah, those three for sure. And then Rosa's pretty good on the flat because there's this. Now they arrive to the flat parts parallel to Medina, to the road, and this is just like pretty flat, bits tactical because there's a lot of puddles around. But these three riders know this part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
Rosa.
going to be sticky and muddy in there in places.
So Rosa Closer, Morgan Aguirre, and Sofia Gomez Villafañe on the front.
That kit already looks a lot different than it did 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I don't ever think white is a good idea for gravel, unless you have one jersey for every event. I can never take the mud out of the jerseys.
No, we had one white jersey a few years ago and we wore it once and it was destroyed.
I know it looks elegant, but I don't think white is good for gravel.
White shoes, white socks, no. I can hear Coldplay in the background. The men's race must be getting ready to start.
Yes, so 3 minutes to the start of the men. 270 pro men.
No, that start list is insane.
I think it's the Gravel Worlds.
The February World Championships, yeah.
World Championships. We see, we're hearing now Gerard with his famous speech on the start.
Today is your day.
Today is the day.
You were saying he practices that in the car sometimes?
Yes. He puts the music full gas and then he sends us videos like with that, trying to motivate the staff and motivate us to, it's been incredible to be part of this family, the Classmark family. So yeah, we have Gerard taking care of all the tracks, then Christina making everything happen. We have a really big team, so yeah, taking care of the riders, the people.
So how do you think, I know Peter's going to come on shortly and do some more commentary, but how do you think the men's race is going to go?
Here they're coming to the first river crossing. Remember this one? Let's see who goes in there. I think everybody will go in the river, but yeah, see, pretty deep,
yeah.
because we had the
that is
rain.
deep.
Today, you have to take care of your material as well.
2 weeks ago, there goes, yeah. Well, the good news is Sophie Wright isn't far behind. If she can't bridge back up, there will be two of them. But even 2 weeks ago, those stepping stones were completely covered as well, so the level has gone down. But on the other hand, the trails have absorbed a lot of it, so they do feel slower to ride.
Yeah, it was pretty fine 3-4 days ago, but as we were saying, we had all day rain yesterday.
Yeah.
It didn't rain really hard, but it rained all day. And yeah, that's gonna change a lot the conditions of the track.
Yeah.
And you were saying for the men, oof, I think the women it's easier to predict, but the men, I don't know, because I need to see a lot of pro riders coming that I don't know they're forming gravel. But I'm really keen to see Keegan. How does Keegan do here? He's never raced Santa Val. He's never raced, I think, gravel in Spain. So yeah, good to see. We're seeing them pass here in front of us. Oh, I'm nervous.
Yeah.
So who do you think is gonna?
For the men's side,
Yeah.
I don't know. The men's, it's so hard to tell with the men. I mean, the women. Okay, we have a list here of like 60 women, and it's still hard to tell. But there are people who are maybe more obvious contenders. But in the men's, it's 200 and something names or 270 names, and okay, Specialized are going to race as a team. Apparently, Canyon are going to race as a team. But if you look at Factor, if they could race as a team, like Peter Vakok and Romain Bardet, like they were both within a minute or two of each other at the Sea Otter. So if they work together,
Mountain bikers. I'm really keen to see mountain bikers.
there's that. Yeah.
Wout Aleman last Rancho, he did great, and he just raced last weekend in a mountain bike event, and I think he placed second. So I think this course really suits mountain bikers as it is.
No, it's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't like to be picking the winner of that. Or I'm glad Peter's coming in shortly. I'm going to be doing the bulk of the commentary on that. I mean, you want to talk about the women's race? I know all about that, but.
Yeah, you can see in the screen Morgan Aguirre, Sofia Gomez Villafañe, and Rota closer on the front. We see chasing group of Jerike Schreers, Sophie right in the middle. Morgan
She's got to bridge back up, but I hope that effort hasn't cost her too much. At least it's a flat area, so she hasn't just burnt too many matches to catch them again. But it's not like that. That's kind of a sandy mud. It's a bit deeper. It's sticky. Like you feel the pull on your tires. It feels slow to ride through.
Yeah, they've been racing already for an hour. They have 90 kilometers to go. Still the big climb that everybody either loves it or hates it. So
Which one were you?
oof, I hate that one. It's like once you turn left and see that steep, the first part is the steep tarmac. It's like, oh my God. Okay.
Oh, it's never a good sign when you see tarmac in a gravel race on a climb. It's, yeah.
And then it keeps going, and then, yeah, for me, oof, always hard to get there. See Rosa here leading the front group. Sophia just back of her, and Morgan just reached back.
The thing with Rosa is, she's an incredible rider, but I mean, even we saw at the World Championships last year, she was doing this incredibly long turn. And she's strong enough, but also, I don't know, if maybe she does too much work sometimes earlier on.
Yeah, I think she's in a great form. She's been training with the Canyon road team.
Yeah, I think she might have been one of the first riders whose gravel career got her into a World Tour team. So it's a very impressive thing. Starting to see a little bit more of that, but not a huge amount. Like Excel this year has gone with EF, or maybe they're pro on the women's side rather than World Tour. But it's rare that a gravel career gets you into a road team.
G did a fair bit of races last year with
G.
SD Works.
Yeah.
Now she's 100% with the off-road specialized team, but she did 2 years with the road as well.
So I think Tudor are one of the first road teams to have a gravel setup within their road team. One of the first pro ones. Like I know we've had teams that have we've got teams that have riders who will ride both. But Tudor have actually got a gravel setup on their, like as a side to their. So we've got Jan Stockley, who was second in the track at 360, and Clara Koppenberg, I think it was.
Coming from the road. So yeah, it's pretty interesting structure. We've seen Jan in a couple of Graveler Series events. He's done really well. He was, yeah, good to see on the Tracker 360. He was enjoying. Yeah, you were saying Rosa giving a fair bit of pulling on the front.
Yeah, she's still on the front, and Sophia is smart enough that she will just let her do that. But it's good to see Morgan's gotten back on there, and if she can play it smart, she's in with a chance as well. Like, she was second to Ashley Pullman 2 years ago, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
She had a really good ride. That was kind of her breakout season.
Yeah, she's always tried, and 2 years ago in Santa Val, yeah, I remember that's where, yeah. Remember the spurt? They're just gonna...
I remember all of it. It's like flashbacks, but it's the sound that I can hear of the fact that it's muddy, and I can hear that it's slower, and I'm so...
Yeah, we were saying this is the river crossing. We have one of our staff there. Carla is gonna go live to show us how this river crossing is. Hello, Carla. Hola, Carla.
Hello, Maya. Carla here. I'm in the river crossing, kilometer 30. As you can see, all the photographers are ready. So also, I'm gonna show you the river. It's a long one because it starts there, and then they cross through here and go to this other section. Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm running because it's so long. So
I'm
the other
impressed that
section
Carla's
is
out there.
here, as you can see. Like long river crossing. It's insane.
Wow.
I'm impressed that you're out there, Carla, because I remember yesterday you did not want to be out in the other river crossing.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. It's been really rainy. The rivers, they have been grown a lot. And the staff has been building bridges to make this happen. So
yeah, I mean, what we rode yesterday was so different even a week ago. But when we had a women's ride for the Tracker Force yesterday, and Carla was on it, but she was very adamant that one side of it, can I ride it before I commit to walking it? You possibly can, but you've got to nail it. And so she came home with wet feet and was not happy about that.
Yeah, I also tried, but no, couldn't make it.
You did a better effort than most people, though.
There were like really big rocks in the middle. So.
Yeah, that was the problem. Is if you don't hit them exactly how you should, you're going to be wet from head to toe. So I wasn't risking it. Is that still Sophie Wright chasing? It's hard to read the screen from here.
Yes, she's chasing.
She's making that a long day for herself, or a long weekend for herself, to be out there on her own, kind of in no man's land.
But what will you do? Stop and wait?
No,
it's better to try and push, and something happens, you can reach into them.
Yeah.
And then, as we say, it's like the long climb coming. She's a really good climber. So.
Yeah. No, it's a really hard decision to make when you're out there, because you've no idea how far anyone is behind you. So it's different to the road. No one has a radio. No one knows how far away anyone else is. For all you know, the chase pack is 30 seconds behind you, and if you make one mistake, you could be in it very easily. Or they could pass you in 2 minutes. You don't know.
Wow, it's Rosa on her own, Sophia in the middle, and Morgan trying to bridge back.
Why not go for it with 87k to go?
But it's the thing of gravel. It's so hard to ride on a group. And especially like the conditions at the moment, it's just so broken that maybe it's like, I don't want to risk it. We saw what happened to G last year on the Tracker 360.
Yeah. There is a benefit of riding a group if you do get a drop, but if there's any kind of wobble in front of you, it's not the same as the road, because the conditions are so different, and someone could just make a small mistake, and whether or not they come down, it could cause you to come down, it could cause you to damage some of your equipment or yourself.
We're reaching back all together again.
Oh, those conditions look rough. It's just
And then for the material as well, so much water, so much mud.
I took my road bike out this morning because I can hear all the grip in my disc brakes, and it was serviced yesterday before I rode it. It was beautiful to ride to the group ride it to the group ride, and then by the time I got home I could just hear it.
Yeah, that's another thing here, the terrain around Girona. It's muddy, but it's sandy.
Yeah.
So it's the typical terrain that just goes through your brakes.
It goes through your kit. I mean, the stuff that I hosed myself off in the shower before I got into it yesterday. My kit was just, I was like, how is this inside of my...
You can hear the brakes. You can hear the brakes. We were saying that.
Oh, you could hear them all even just pulling out from Vall or from San Gregory. It was just that kind of symphony of high-pitched disc brakes with the sound of fear if you're a racer.
Oof, yeah. This.
Do you think they're going to come in looking like they did at the hills?
I do think so. Maybe not as muddy, because this mud doesn't stick to your face. It's more or less
sticks to everything else,
exactly. Your clothing. I want to see Rosa closer skid when she is. I don't think you can.
No, I want to see it tomorrow.
Any white?
Is it going to be white tomorrow?
Oh, she'll have another.
I know she'll have another one, but I want to know if the mud comes out. Like, you can say what you want about the past kit being brown, but it holds up well.
I do agree. I like that color. I like that kit.
I'm not a fan of it, but in these conditions, I think it would be.
I think I grew on it. Like the first time I saw it, I don't know. I don't think I liked it, but now.
Well, I think it's good in terms of the branding that they've stuck to it for 2 or 3 seasons now. So it's them, whereas other teams have chopped and changed. And okay, Ribble are still in a kind of bright pink, but aside from them, every other team seems to have changed a bit.
You can see here the tricky condition. It's so muddy. It's like a cyclocross race. Your bike is going one way. You want it to go another way. Yeah.
Whatever about the racers, I'm equally impressed with the guys on the motos who aren't used to riding around in these conditions.
They're pros. They've raced mountain bike, the majority of our camera guys, so you have to be really skilled to be following these events on the moto with the camera.
I wonder how big that chase group is. I know G is in it, Annika. Is that Clara's name? It's hard to move. I need to bring my glasses tomorrow to read that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Or is it Clara Koffenberg? And Nicole Frayne is in that group. So that's a strong group as well. But I'd love to know if it's just the 4 riders or if there's more in there, because the bigger it is, the more likely they are to catch them later on. Because they can all climb, all those riders.
Yeah, I think that climb is going to be really decisive. And in these conditions, the downhill as well.
Oof, yeah.
I know really good riders that love that descent, and they're just going to go and try to bridge. I thought it was going to be a bit more sunny today.
I live in hope that it might be.
It's always hard for me even, like, to race when it's just like this moody. Like, it just changed my mood a bit.
No, even like last week, Bescanonina was on, which is a local race, and a couple of elite riders lined up for that just to kind of test their setup. But I was looking at some of the footage, and one of my friends had a GoPro on out there, and looking at some of their photos and things, it just, the rain has changed the terrain so much. And like, while it looks just flat and muddy here, what it means later on some of those descents is that some of the trails here have like quite big ruts. And if they're flooded at all, it becomes just this huge kind of undulating, but across the trail rather than undulating terrain. It's just, they're lumpy in the middle. If you don't hit them right, it's not nice to ride. Well, actually, it's a lot of fun to ride. It's not nice to race.
I do agree. It's going to be interesting to see the riders coming from the road, because the conditions of this track at the moment are pretty technical.
Yeah, I've been curious to see how some of the Xterra triathletes would ride, because quite often they've got the engine, but the triathletes have an engine, but the Xterra riders generally have the skills as well. So I was curious to see how they'd get on, but we haven't seen any of their names yet in the chase group or in the lead group, so it might be a shock to the system.
Yes, and then I also think there's riders that do better in cold conditions and riders that do better in warmer conditions.
Like some people love racing in the mud. I don't enjoy it until I'm out in it, and then I think it's actually quite a lot of fun to race in, but I'm not sure.
I love racing in the mud, but I hate racing in the cold. So my body never.
If it's warm and muddy, I'm actually quite happy. But this is the kind of weather where your hands are cold, your feet are cold, and for me, once my hands are cold.
Yeah, Traca 100 last year we had this kind of conditions.
Same conditions for that.
It
Yeah.
was like a cyclocross race for 100K.
Yeah.
I loved it, and it wasn't cold, so for me it was perfect.
I think a lot of people who had traveled for it were a bit like, "What is this?" And having had sun the day before for the other races, yeah.
And it was so hot for the 200. People were complaining about that. So this is Girona. It can change. The conditions can change from one day to another. And you can see the prediction 1 week before, and then the day before is like, oh, but this rain wasn't predicted like a week ago. So it changes so much. You have to bring all the kind of kits.
But even with the early morning starts, especially in like this time of year in February, it's cold and it does warm up. Like, so the temperature difference can be 10 degrees different, and tomorrow it looks like it could be 15 degrees different between the start and the finish.
Well, arriving to the first water point. I do not think any of the front riders will stop.
No.
They've been riding for an hour and 16 minutes. They still have 84 kilometers to go. We're here in the leaderboard. You can see the gaps between the groups. In the first group, Rosa Closer, Sofia Gomez Villafañe, and Morgan Aguirre.
And that's Sophie Wright is just 1 minute and 40 behind, if my eyes are right there.
Yes.
And the chase group again is maybe just under 4 minutes, three and a half. Is it 3:20 or 3:40?
3:20.
Okay, great.
We have our screen pretty far away, so it's complicated to see the exact numbers. But yeah, it looks 3 minutes 20 to the third group. You can see the change of terrain here. It's still muddy, but it's a bit more rocky.
No, those conditions are tough. It makes it for a slower day and then a longer race, and it's...
You can see the way Morgan is pedaling. She pedals a bit, then stand-ups for a bit. Bike moves a lot. Morgan's gotten a long way ahead, because at the beginning, I remember 2 years ago, she struggled a lot with the technical stuff, and now she's worked on that, and she's pretty good rider.
Yeah, no, she's come a long way, and even in the last year, I know she said she'd been working with a sports psychologist as well, because she's always been able to produce the power. And then maybe 2 or 3 years ago, it was more some of the technical stuff she would have struggled with. I think there was a year, it was maybe 3 years ago, I think I dropped her at something slightly technical, and she never forgave me for it. She came back with a vengeance a year later, so...
Well, we're seeing the river crossing here where Carla showed us. Sofia has decided to calm down the bike. We'll see what the 2 others decide to do. Oh, everybody's running. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is
really
deep. Oof.
Whoa. You can hear their emotions. Oh, I have to be cold, the water.
I'm just thinking about Christmas Day in Ireland. There's a bit of a tradition of getting in the sea. So we did that this year. I feel like the thought of doing 80k on the bike after something like that it wouldn't appeal to me.
You can see the image here from the top. I've been reading there haven't been that much water in Catalonia the last 40 years. So yeah, it's just
I believe it.
It's been a lot.
I mean, did you see some of the... Oh, nearly missed... Or Sophia nearly turned off the wrong way there by the looks of it. Did you see any of the footage of... what's it called? The behind Azor where the waterfall is.
Oh, yes.
That was...
No, even like in Girona, we almost got flooded. Okay, we're gonna see the first chasers now. We have Sophie right. You can hear their bricks. Oh, Sophie's deciding to ride it, eh?
Initially.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Good decision.
Any idea who that is with her? I can't make it out.
No, I cannot see a number either. Good. Good to have somebody working with you.
Yeah, oh, big time. That makes it much easier for her. 'Cause I was wondering what she's like out there on her own, wondering how far they are behind her or how far she has to go in front. So it's very different to the road where you've got a race radio and a DS in the car telling you, oh, you've only got this far, or just ease up. There's a group coming behind you. You might as well just save the matches for later or tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see the change in terrain now from the road they started, big gravel climb, then narrower.
But that's what makes riding gravel in Girona so much fun, is that the terrain changes so much. I went to an event in Mallorca 3 or 4 years ago, and there was an American guy there who'd been living in Mallorca, and he said, oh, Girona gravel is easy. But it turns out he'd been riding a road bike on the Carolette, so it's champagne gravel, but he was not riding this.
You can hear the riders. I will be screaming, yeah, for sure.
I see the EF gloves, that must be Excel. Yeah, with the French national champs jersey. That tall, I presume that's G on the left, taller rider in the red.
Yeah. I think that's Danny behind her as well.
An unofficial alliance all the time.
Yeah. They love riding with each other. Didn't expect the river to be that deep, eh? I thought they would be able to ride, but yeah, as it rained non-stop yesterday.
So I haven't recce'd this part of the course in recent times at all, but several people were like, oh, well, the first river crossing, and I was like, no, I don't know where that river crossing is, but I think I've ridden it without there being a river there.
There was no river. Hasn't been a river for years.
Yeah, so friends in town, oh, the first river crossing, I'm like, there's only one. No, apparently there's 5. No, there's not 5, but... Back on the road here again. Is that Morgan dropping off again, or...?
No, that's the camera guy.
Oh, okay.
It's
good.
Chasing. Now we're the camera is on the drone, but you could see the camera guy on the...
I presume he's on an e-bike.
E-bikes. It's a good mix of e-bikes and motor.
Okay, yeah.
Cycles. Sophia, yeah. Good point to start drinking and seeing your nutrition. Gravel, it's super difficult to eat on the bike, especially with this condition, so have to take advantage of the little roads you get to see.
I was always a fan of the hydration pack and just having the carbs mixed in. I just found it that little bit easier. And then my Wahoo was set up to just say eat in bold capital letters every 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's a thing you forget. And then, yeah, you could lose your race because of that.
Oh, yeah.
Bonking is never...
Oof, that looks tough.
Well, we've seen on the yellow riders, the new Megamo team that they created, all women. So I'm excited to see that going as well.
Yeah, so they had 3 of them started last weekend at Vescano. Nina, is it Teresa, Lucy, and Cassia. And I think Sarah Diekmeyer has gone to Colombia to start her season down there. No, it will be interesting to see how the Megamo stuff plays out over the season. I think they might need a couple of races to warm up. I know they raced last weekend, but then I saw Lucy getting a bike fit during the week. So I mean, it's hard to go out and race on a new bike and then get it fit for you afterwards. So it's
she was struggling a bit with position, so it's good to get it dialed. And as we were saying, it's the first big one of the season. Everybody's testing their material, their clothing, their bikes, their gearing. Is just a test, and I think a lot of the teams are testing the course material as well for Traca.
Yeah. No, and then there's, well, I mean, so I spoke to Morgan briefly yesterday, and she said her newer bike for this season isn't arriving until March or April. So she's at least got last year's setup, so she's familiar with it. Whereas Martha was saying, or Nico was saying, Martha's bike arrived last night at 9 o'clock. So that's a tough turnaround to be building your bike last night at 9 p.m. to be on it for an 8 a.m. start.
I think it adds up to the nerves that you already have.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
And especially with this terrain, because it gives a beating to all the material.
Yeah.
If the bolts are not really tightened, if the gears are not working, if the brakes are
Squeaking, definitely squeaking.
wow, that river crossing. It's a deep one, eh?
Yeah, the last time I rode this course, it was not a river there, so it's crazy to see how deep it is. Never mind that it's, one, that there is water there, but two, how deep it is.
Yeah, you never get bored in this kind of terrains. You go through little towns, you do jumping gravel that I don't think I'll see today. River crossings, mountains, rocky gravel.
No, the only champagne gravel they're going to see is riding home from San Gregorio to Girona.
No, I rode it yesterday. It's not champagne gravel.
Well, it's as close as they're going to get.
I think maybe better choosing the road going back home. So if you're just tuning in, we have Morgan Aguirre, Rosa Closer, and Sofia Gomez Villafañe on the front group.
They've got a minute 40 to Sophie Wright, who there is a second rider with Sophie Wright, but we haven't been able to get her name as of yet. We did see them do the river crossing together. And then there's a chase pack coming with, what was there, maybe 5 or 6 riders in that?
Yeah, Danny Shrosby, Nicole Frayne, Jelike Schreers, Annika Langbard. So a good chasing group as well.
So they're 3 minutes back. It's hard to know if maybe, it'll be interesting to find out afterwards if G and Annika are just riding, or are they sitting up like kind of protecting Sophia a little bit so that the others aren't chasing or able to chase.
So.
Think
yeah,
so?
I do think so. Yeah.
No, I think the team dynamic is going to be a game changer in the next 12 months. I think we'll see more and more of it, especially the more successful Specialized are, the more likely we are to see more teams next year.
Yeah, we did the athletes presentation last night. There was more than 25 teams, gravel teams, and still a lot of privateers as well. It's really nice to see. But teams are coming, and they're not new. But I think the team dynamic is changing. Whereas like previously, it's been, even with us with Reverb, we had a few riders who were strong, but maybe we weren't really told like, oh, you guys have to ride for each other, ride together. I think Canyon DT Swiss said that they plan to ride together, or well, Yada and Carolyn definitely do ride for each other. But a lot of the time you see riders of varying abilities, and they have different attributes that the brands are interested in. So someone might have a bigger audience and appeal to more of an adventure audience, so that might appeal to a brand to have them on the team. But it's I think going forwards for the Gravel Earth Series, especially the UCI races, and maybe not so much in the Lifetime Grand Prix for the foreseeable, but over here, I think the team setup is going to change a bit. There'll be lucky more riders who are able to work together for each other and produce an overall result. I think. I do think as well.
Yeah.
And then we have confirmation is Larissa Hartog from Canyon DT Swiss team, the one that's riding on the second chase group.
She's strong. She was 9th at the UCI Gravel Worlds last year, so she is
one to watch.
Very
as well.
strong rider, yeah.
So really strong chasing group. Do you think they'll catch them?
I'm not too sure how Larissa climbs. That course at Worlds last year wasn't really known as a climber's course, so it's hard to know what she climbs like based off that result. And I haven't looked into all of her results. So if her and Sophie do climb well, there's a chance they could bridge across, but these three can climb well. and they know the area, they know the course. Well, okay, Sophia doesn't know it as well as Rosa and Morgan, but Morgan and Rosa, they know it like the back of their hand. They do climb well. They could stay away. I don't think the chase group is going to bridge back up, the chase group behind them will bridge back up, but Sophie and Larissa, they're a bit of a maybe.
Yeah, I do agree. Rosa and Morgan, it's their backyard, so they know every stone to the limits, and
they ride together a lot.
And Sophia's been here for a week as well, and I know the team's been reckoning the course, so maybe she doesn't know it to perfection, but she knows it pretty well.
Well, G would definitely know it as well, so G would have told her what to watch for and where to be careful and where to send it.
We're soon gonna go and see the men. Thank you, Emma.
Thanks for having me.
I'll see you tomorrow as well, and thanks for your insights.
Thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes.
Thank you.
And I'm going to hand over to Peter in a minute.
Hello, hello, Peter.
Howdy, thanks for having me.
No, thank you. I'm here with Peter Statina. Lucky to have him around. How have you seen the athletes? Because you've been in the starting of the men.
Yeah, I was here at the start watching all the nerves. I'll be honest, it was a little weird being on the outside the barriers for once. But yeah, it was infectious. You could feel the energy and the nerves. It's that open seasoner. Yeah, and it was cold.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking as well, no? To see them from the back. I still get nervous. It's like you get it's like 5, 4, you're like, it's just different kind of nervousness, but...
Yeah, exactly. We actually had a little issue with the one of the riders' Canyon Shrem setups, the Canyon DT Swiss, the new Canyon team. Yeah, we had to pull a last-minute little fix for one of them, so there's already some of that hype and start-line nervous energy. But I'm sure he got a little adrenaline boost right before the start.
We're gonna get to see that start of the men. It's always nerve-wracking, as we were saying with Emma, getting your setup dialed, your bike's dialed. It adds a bit of nervousness, no?
Yeah, especially, no one's raced for quite a few months now, and not everyone, but many riders are on new equipment. So, it's this nervous energy where you want to show yourself and start off on a good foot, but you also want to get everything dialed and set up. And it's also been interesting. I know a lot of riders have had delays due to the industry. Has been just everything's coming together for almost every team, but it's always been just a little slow on delivery. So I think a lot of riders are dealing with new equipment and last minute stuff. So
yeah, a lot of the bike launches are meant for April, so we see a lot of riders with bikes from last season.
Exactly.
Good mix of bikes, of setups.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how it starts to shake out. You know, it's a new season, and I heard you and Emma talking last night. You know, it was very prevalent. It was like a switch flipped. You know, it was, I think teams outnumbered privateers, and it was pretty wild just to see. It felt like a noticeable and palpable shift within the space. It was the team's presentation kind of felt like the road races, the World Tour road races I would do in the past, you know, in front of everybody. And there was a pretty rad crowd, and seeing all the teams line up, it was a new feeling. It felt like a different edition of gravel, which I mean, it was exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's changed a lot now from when you started.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, the race is always. Things evolve, things morph, and you know, I think we're seeing the continual professionalization of gravel, and it's clear that it's going towards teams. And I think that's going to be something that we're really starting to watch for here. Is it won't ever be road racing, but how do those tactics play?
But I do think that tracks like this one, like the one for Santa Val that we're seeing, it's so technical that you cannot, like, you can plan,
Yeah.
but the plan never goes accordingly because there's so many things that can happen and can go wrong that, yeah, it's hard to like give a plan. It's hard for the teams, like especially road teams that are like so used to that and given water. But here maybe your Sonier didn't get to the feed zone, so you have to be prepared, because if not, it just kills your race. So it's kind of, you have to be a team but a privateer at the same time.
Totally. I think gravel will always be reliant on self-sufficiency. I mean, that's a core concept of surviving these races, you know, being able to handle your equipment and yourself and make it through adversity. That's a big part of this racing. It's not just streamlined. But, you know, as far as the teams, you know, one thing that I'm personally going to be looking for today is I don't think you can come with just like a guaranteed team leader and a bunch of domestiques per se, like the road. You know, I think it's going to be more like we're power in numbers, and it's going to be you see how we get through or how a team would get through the chaos, and then you kind of take stock once the selections have been formed, and then I think you can start to manipulate the tactics with numbers if you have enough riders left in the group. So that's kind of where I see the team racing going, and then privateers obviously have to be very cagey and smart in how they dose their tactics. You know, like if I were a privateer, I would be watching Specialized, for example, making sure if one of them are moving, I'd have to be selective in making sure I go with one of those guys, whether it was a Keegan or a Matt Beers or someone like that.
And in the women's side, we've been watching almost 1 hour and 40 minutes of racing. We have our two leaders here at the moment, Sofia Gomez Villafañe and Rosa Closer. What do you think the tactics of the all-road women's side is?
I think it's very similar. You know, Specialized are a pretty well-oiled machine. Sophia and Annika have raced together a fair amount now. And it looks like they've ditched Morgan. Maybe she's just behind. We didn't really catch what happened to her, did we?
This is where they turn left and the steep hill starts. And this is a pretty long climb, so I don't know, sometimes it's wise to get your own rhythm. Then Morgan knows the downhill pretty well. Okay. So I don't know what happened. It could be that, or it could just, there's really two strong riders. They love going up, Sofia and Rosa.
You know, I think, we're starting to see the birth of a true rivalry between these two women. They've been head-to-head at Traca last year and many other races. You know, I was starting to think that because Morgan and Rosa are such good friends that there would probably be a little bit of an allegiance there, but it looks like Sofia, she's the ultimate tactician, and she is very discerning in how she dissects her race, and it looks like she probably knew that she needed to start to pare it down yet again. Yeah,
it's good to see the team coming to the first Gravel Earthseas series, the first race to Santa Val. We've seen them, some of them on Traca last year, but it's nice they're committing for the whole series.
Yeah, no, that is, and it's going to be, it'll be interesting to see how the series begins to play out through the rest of the season here. I think we're going to really start to get a lay of the land after this weekend and take stock in what the rest of the season's going to look like.
You've raced a lot in America. What's the difference between?
Oh gosh, it's monumental. It comes down to, for me, even the geography and the topography. I think. Oh, and here we have looks like Morgan, just tailing off the back. 40 seconds, it's saying up there.
Yeah, 45.
Okay. So yeah, we'll see if she can connect on the downhill here, and maybe we'll see. I mean, if I were Rosa, I'd be wondering. We're gonna have to see how confident she's feeling now, because does she want to charge along with Sophia, or is she actually going to wait for Morgan and start to open up the possibilities of the three-way tactics again?
Yeah, because after the long descent that they'll have from Gavaras, they have a lot of flats to go.
Yeah, and we'll also see how confident Sophia is, and she might try to use the team excuse. I don't know if she knows where G or Annika are, but that's going to be a big question too, is does she actually start sitting on and forcing Rosa to pull a bit more on the front using the team excuse, even if maybe it doesn't exist, but she knows how to play poker pretty well, which is it adds up. These small things add up in these races, especially with so many hills and twists and turns and accelerations.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that happened at track at 200 last year.
Exactly.
It was Rosa pulling all the way because Sofia was saying that her teammate was on the back. Okay, now we're on the men's start. This is from earlier before. This started at 9.
Sorry, that's an...
Yeah, and Spain, we've been getting this lately. So they're telling us about the strong winds that are coming. We know there's a wind here called Tramontana, and we're having that today. So instead of...
All right, so we're going to have some crosswind battles maybe out there.
Oh my God, so...
at what point do we think that the course opens up and there might be some exposure?
After the long descent.
Okay.
The women are just really maybe 15 minutes away from that part. They'll get some wind over there.
All right. Yeah, I was seeing them all on the start. They were pretty keyed up. Big question for me is how Keegan is going to do with his new team. I think, he's one of the 5-star favorites, and there's a lot of eyes on him with his team change. He looks pretty lean. He looked pretty locked in, although that's always been his MO. And then, we have a whole bunch of other teams out there. The Canyon DT Swiss program is 7 riders, if I'm not mistaken, on the start line. But in the scent of all course, I don't think it lends itself to full-on team tactics. I think it's too twisty. It's like, I feel like we're looking at a 4-hour cyclocross race here.
Oh, yeah. With these conditions, I agree. It's any man with themselves, because it's a pretty tactical, technical course.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we're seeing here, there's, this start list. I think we should...
More than 270 pro men. You'll see them here.
Yeah. And the start list quality, you were sending this to me this week right before I touched down here in Spain, and it was jaw-dropping. I think we're looking at one of the top field qualities of the whole year for the first race of the year, because, this is the best riders that we would see in the Traca 200 and 300. The only thing we're missing is maybe a few North Americans who are focused mostly on the Lifetime Series, but beyond that, this is a who's who of gravel racing. So it's, we have Roman Bardet here, we have Mike Woods, the NSN Israel Premier Tech Tour stage winner.
I know that Mare.
Yeah.
Luis Leon Sanchez, a lot of road riders coming.
Yeah. Every year, a few more guys catch the gravel itch, and it's interesting to see. Some of them survive, and some of them thrive. So that's always a big thing to look for. It's not ever guaranteed that the engine just dictates gravel success, but. They have the engine, but are they able to put all the other pieces of the puzzle? Right now, it seems like Roman Bardet is. He's already got a win in Australia to start off his campaign. So, yeah.
It's been a good course for him, I think.
Yeah.
Like this one with a long climb.
Exactly.
I won't be surprised if we see him in the front today.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. He looks pretty lean and locked in as well.
You're seeing there the boogie with Gerard. He's opening the stage. So it's neutralized till they make the turn left and they start going on the road. So this is the Carrilet. This is the Via Verde that takes you from Girona to San Gregori. And they'll turn left and then the war begins. We've been seeing everybody trying to position there. This narrows a bit, so you don't want to be stuck in the middle.
No, for sure. I mean, it's argy-bargy in there. There's a lot of nerves. It's cold. You're shivering and you're nervous. It's going to be hard to keep the bar straight this morning. And then, yeah, again, once we open up, I think it's going to be very much a whole shot battle to that first climb in the first dirt section. You know, we're fingers crossed that there's no carnage.
Neutralized starts always stress me out because it's like I think you just want to go like straight from the gun, but
Yeah.
when it's neutral, it's like the nerves are there, and there's like everybody's trying to get ahead of the car, and you're like, oh my god, just let
Yeah.
us go.
I know, it's counterintuitive, but it's just safer when it's strung out. You
Yeah.
know? So, thank you.
Yeah, it gets pretty cold around here. That's a lot of people come to Spain is like, oh, I thought it was gonna be warm. No, but Girona in the morning, it gets pretty cold. It's humid, so it gets into your system.
It's true, yeah. Well, yeah, for those who can't see, Maya's holding my hand and actually giving me her puffy jacket too. So.
I'm the queen of puffy jackets.
Yeah.
I even take Velocio has given me now. They've started with puffy jackets, and it's been my dream. I always have like a front bag in my gravel, front bag in my gravel, and my puffy jacket's always there. And people are like, "Oh, you're super exaggerated." And then I take my puffy jacket, I put it on, and I'm like, "Ah, you want it now, no?"
Yeah.
So yeah, it gets cold. When it's sunny, it's fine, but if the sun doesn't come out, it gets in your bones.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be nice and warm by this afternoon, but it was frigid on the start line this morning, I tell you. And it's also all the cold puddles, you know, it's just frozen water and it's splashing up on you and everything. So
Yeah, we just saw the woman doing the river crossing.
oh gosh.
That was deep. Like, I thought it wasn't gonna be that deep because 2-3 days ago it wasn't that bad, and yeah, today it's gonna be a surprise for the men as well.
Yeah, you know, and that's also always another question we deal with is, do you ride or do you run? You know, because riding is almost always faster. It depends, A, how deep it is, but also, you know, you have to protect your bike. I mean, even if it's faster in the moment to ride through it, if you get a bunch of mud and gunk up in your gears and it makes your drivetrain more inefficient, then you're going to be pushing more watts the rest of the day. So a lot of the times it's the question on A, how deep, but also kind of how early or how late the river crossings are. So have you seen anyone ride it this morning?
Oh, somebody tried? No, they
Okay.
No, I think it's super. I don't think anybody will ride it. We're here on half part of your screen is Sofia Gomez Villafañe leading the women, and on the right we have the men. We're just seeing an attack. This is just the beginning of the men.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Sofia has actually got Rosa. If they're like right on her, can't tell where Rosa is, if she's ahead yet or just behind as we focused on the men's start. So we should get a time check soon. The men, I'm sure there's a few guys who will just want to get ahead of the carnage early and maybe get a head start for the climb. I think maybe we're already starting to see team attacks. We can't say yet who. I wouldn't be surprised if it's two riders from two different teams, and then it's already starting that way.
Yeah, we were predicting this because as we saw with the women, the first 20K of the stage from today is road. So there could be a lot of road tactics at the moment on the men's side. But once the gravel start is just a different giant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this climb is absolutely brutal, but man, I mean, Sofia must be feeling confident that, I mean, we know she's one of the best descenders, a mountain bike background, but I mean, that's 74K to go. I mean, they're not even halfway yet, so she's got a long solo way. If Rosa and Morgan can connect, especially as the course opens up later in the day, then might get interesting again. So,
But I also think it's a good tactic. If you feel strong on the climb, it's good to go ahead because the descent is pretty broken. So then you can take your time, and then if they catch you, you work together, and then if you go, but at least you're like making your
100%.
own rules.
yep, and it's also the mental warfare, right? I mean, she's already seems to be putting the other girls under pressure and creating that advantage for herself there.
Yeah, she's making a statement. No, I'm like,
Yep.
I came here to win, and I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, you know, and I think that's maybe one of the things that's left unchecked on Sophia's resume so far is the Graveler Series title. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her start to focus on that. She got Traca last year, but didn't end up making it to Rancho for the season final. So I wonder if Specialized wants this feather in their cap.
Yeah, we're seeing her. This is a famous climb in Girona. She's climbing Els Angels, just a bit of the tarmac.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get a PR here. Everybody does this climb. It's really near Girona. It's 12-kilometer climb, but she won't do the whole climb. Now she'll turn right and hit the gravel again to
Yeah.
get to the parallel, the Monegros climb as well.
Oh, I know this too well. I have PTSD from having to race up and down Els Angels in the Volta Catalunya a few years ago in the wet, coming down. And even actually, you know, when I was here racing road and gravel hadn't even taken off yet, the one dirt connector we would do on our road bikes with little 23 mil tires was this right here between Els Angels and Montenegros. This was like the little cheat code for some of us who just had to get off the tarmac once in a while. So, I mean, this is the iconic connector, I think, between two of Girona's famous climbs.
Oh yes, because Monegros, it's a good road climb as well that a lot of the pro riders use. But the thing it ends on gravel. So if you have a gravel bike, you can do this part of the track and then get to Els Angels and get back to Girona way quicker.
Exactly. Yeah, there was a really good little restaurant on Monegros that had a little menu del dia. And it was like one of those little Catalan countryside kitchens. Yeah.
So for people that don't know the menus del dia, you get beverage, first plate, second plate, desserts, and coffee for
Yeah.
like 10 to 15 euros. No?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's the best deal, and it's always the best home cooked cuisine. Yeah, if you're gonna go out one time a day, like don't do you do the menu Dia or menu del dia, and it's the best deal you can think of. And usually there's a beer or a glass of wine in there too if you want.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you choose. They give you a beverage and you can choose. So yeah, if you're around Catalonia or Spain, they have to do menú del día during the week. So
Yeah.
it's a good choice. You could go to really good restaurants and go and do menú del día.
Well, wow. I mean, we see Sophia taking literally all of the road here, both sides. So she's really opening it up, and just she does not look like she's conserving right now. That's for sure.
No, this part of the track is still pretty well conditioned. She'll hit some point that it's really broken. So we can see her looking back to see where Rosa is, where Morgan is.
Yeah, it looks like the trees are a little thinner here, so she might get some good line of sight. But yeah, I'm going to have you hold my hand in this. I have not been on the track, actually, so I am flying blind here. It's part of the reason that I definitely didn't want to line up today, because I have heard horror stories on how complicated this route is. You know, and that's another thing with this course. It is, recon is everything. The terrain and the way that you ride gravel in Girona is just like a constant maze. And so I think local knowledge plays well, and we actually all joke in the gravel space that Santa Vall is the Girona Championships.
Oh
of the
yeah,
year.
it's like a world championship for this
yeah.
one. It used to be our just warm-up event. I remember being 100 on the line, and then the next day we had the mountain bike event as well. So it was like a first opener of the season, but now it's like I've done it the last 2 years. It's like, okay, I'm done. I'm not pro racing anymore because I don't train for this, and it's gotten too professional, and they go so fast.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I went to do the recce ride the other day with Jerike, with Nicole Frayne, and with Danny Shrosby. And even they were like just doing the ride, and I was like racing. and it's pretty broken. And it's really, as you say, it's really important to go if you have the chance to do the whole stage.
Well, here we have the men, and it's Wout Alleman, Matt Beers, Messwer Schmidt, Roman Bardet, and Dan So. Wow, that is a high-power group. It looks like Specialized has stacked it with 2 of their 3 5-star favorites. So this is significant.
And as we were saying, like having good mountain bike skills on this course, how it is today, it's a pretty good advantage.
Definitely. So, I mean, that's where, I mean, I know Matt Beers quite well. I consider him a good friend. And, I mean, that guy is the total package. And I think he's going to thrive in situations and conditions like this. And it is looking quite soupy out there, too. You know, the rain just kept coming yesterday.
Yeah, nonstop.
Yeah.
It just started like at night and it did not stop the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the course last weekend, it was pretty fun. Like it was a bit broken, but wasn't that slow. But today it's just
Yeah. So I think it's still quite early to have a time check and a true sense of how the race is forming. I mean, we didn't really see how that break ripped off there because it looks like they just got off the pavement there recently.
no, this is just, we're going live now. So they've been riding for almost an hour.
Okay.
They're parallel to Medina. They're really close to the crossing of the river.
Okay, here
So
we go.
maybe they'll show us where the break went, but they've already done the road parts, and then they did the long climb to La Mota.
Yeah.
Here we see Matt Wertz with the European Gravel Championships jersey.
It's a beautiful jersey.
It's not gonna be white.
No,
when
I
it finishes.
actually gave him some flack on the start line for that. I said, that thing isn't going to look so pretty soon. And he joked that he actually has just one he uses for training all the time that gets nasty, so he keeps the rest of them pretty and clean.
Well, I just saw the team that they were giving him the jerseys, and he has enough for.
Okay.
So he'll be fine.
I am glad to see, this is my own bias, but I'm glad to see he's in black shorts, especially if for the off-road disciplines, the white shorts in the mud never go well.
Freddie Ovett always loves going white, and I always at the start line I'm like, Freddie, what are you doing? But he loves it. He does a lot of road and he just loves to be elegant. But
Yeah.
I think white on gravel, for me, it does not work.
No. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, Mass is just kind of tail gunning on the back. We'll see if he starts to roll through or if it's already more that he's taken a bit of a leadership position and Matt is going to be pushing the pace there. So.
Yeah, we were commentating with him that it's going to be interesting to see the team tactics work.
Yeah, he doesn't look very motivated to pull through there, so that's already interesting. But it seemed like they have a sizable enough gap. I mean, it doesn't look like they're actually too concerned and looking over their shoulders yet.
Good sized group. They can work together on the flats, especially because where you are tuning now, we just got an alert from the government that it's going to be a high winds day. So you don't want to be by yourself on the flat that comes a bit after the midpoint of the course today.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that'll be something to watch out for. You know, it's even with the size of that group right now, it's quite hard to mount a true chase because the nature of these roads again are so sinuous and twisty. It's not like a big peloton. You can use more than like 6-7 guys anyway to have like a proper rotation chopping off. So the fact that that breakaway is, you know, 6-ish guys, give or take, they're already pretty much using the max you can fit on these little two tracks.
Yeah, and look at the gaps they give. Like this, you're talking with the best gravel riders in the world at the moment, and they're riding 1 meter behind each other. So
Yes.
you can tell it's pretty broken terrain. You don't really want to be on the wheel of the other rider because you want to see what's in front of you. There's a lot of navigating between puddles. Some points there's a bit of broken parts that you have to hop up to. So
Yeah.
You really want to take care of yourself and your material, especially on the first stage, at the beginning of the first stage from today.
That's a very good point. You know, I do remember the conditions they look very similar to the 2024 Traca that I won, and it was like this in the group where you just, if you are you want to get that ultimate draft, but if you're too close, you're slamming potholes, and also just the puddles that just start to appear that you're not used to in recon. And you just end up using so much energy, bunny hopping everything and trying to stay efficient. It's actually more efficient to, like you say, give a bit of space there.
Yeah, get a bit of a draft, have the eye on the other rider, but yeah, give some space. There's a lot to, and I also think gravel, you have to be concentrated all the time. It's not like road. Sometimes on the road, your head can switch off a bit for a moment and then you can relax. I think gravel, you have to be on top of it, and then there's rocks, there's mud, there's water, so
yeah.
It's pretty energy consuming. Like once you finish a stage, you're like, whoa.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of empty faces at the finish line today. And these stages, you know, these aren't long too. There's not really marination time to settle in. I mean, we're talking what, 120 Ks today? So we're guessing 4-ish hours. And, you know, I think these guys are just going to go full gas the whole time. And there's going to be no rest. We already see them kind of launching up there in some of the sections.
Yeah, especially this part we saw on the women, there's a lot of mud. They're just by the river, they're riding parallel to the river, so this part of the terrain, it's really muddy. It's that mud that sticks a bit. Then after they do the river crossing, they'll go to a bit more rocky part, but you see Mats here navigating on the mud.
Yeah.
Your bike goes somewhere, you're going another way. It's just like cyclocross. You just try to pedal and ride through them.
Yeah, and looks like he's actually struggling a little bit in the technical and the slop. And this is where, you know, you're really seeing the mountain bikers come to the fore and probably trying to put pressure on him to force him. They know he's got a big engine. So, you know, if I were on the front having Mats struggle in the mud, I would be purposely sprinting out of those corners to, you know, try to... I think this race is going to be won with a bunch of dagger stabs instead of, you know, one big kill shot, so to speak. And I think that's what they're already starting to do. This is a true range so far.
Yeah, and being cold, being wet all day.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right, so it's slick out there too.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. It's important to see what's coming ahead. Take your own line. Ooh.
Okay.
Problems with the bike.
Yeah. I couldn't tell there real quick. We were invested in our own conversation if he went down on the dry side, but if he did, he might have just jammed up his gears pretty good. That looks pretty soupy, so I mean, that spells doom. That was 40 seconds to the chase group. I think at this point he's going to be reabsorbed by the chase group once he gets going. That's a long way to go by himself. It looks like he's lost a good 20 seconds at least there.
And a lot of energy.
And a lot of energy.
So we're gonna see here the repetition. Ooh, yep.
Yeah, he was on the drive side, so he's got a whole bunch of stuff jammed up in his gears, whether he lost his chain or whether something was gunked up or bent. Looks like he is riding again, though.
Yeah, good thing he's riding the... Oop.
Well, it looks like the moto could also use some better tires today.
There are rough conditions today out there, so yeah, it's gonna be pretty tricky day for everybody around here.
Yeah. Well, it's good he wasn't near the other riders when that happened. You know, we've actually had motos go down in the peloton as gravel starts to evolve and the coverage starts to become more paramount.
Oh yeah, you can see here the big group. Magnus back. He was the winner last year for Santa Vall, both stages. We talked to him yesterday. He was excited to start the season. He loved this course, but you're seeing on your screen, it's really rough conditions. Your material has to be on point, your form has to be on point, and yeah, a lot of concentration from everybody today.
Yeah, this is absolute chaos in the peloton, and yeah, I think we're going to get through this river crossing up here, and then we're going to take stock and see what the situation is. This is right about where Mess went down.
Yeah, you really need to choose your line. Try to get as much grass as you can because it's where you have a bit more grip. The mud, you never know what your bike is gonna do. And also we were saying that you never know how deep the puddles are. See,
This is true. This is absolute chaos. That looks like tall Tobias Kongstedt there in the back, struggling, having to dab a foot now. I know a few riders, and okay, going through the forest. I mean, if there's no course tape and there's a dry track, I guess we're taking it. But you know, I guess it's strength in numbers, so one rider can't be called out there.
Look at the condition today. It's like a cyclocross race. We had Traca 100 last year like this.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, we have gone through the time check here. You know, it's going to be hard to get used to all the jersey colors, especially with the mud. I'm trying to pick out all the new colors and all the new kit designs, and I tried to have a point to look at it last night on the team presentation.
Thank God we have it here on the screen. So your leaders are Wood Aleman, Roman Bardet, I can see in the screen Kaiser, and Dan Soete. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah, pretty. Soete's been really used to cyclocross, so perfect conditions for
Wout
him.
and Dan, I mean, they are very good technical riders with a pedigree themselves. And Roman Bardet, I mean, he needs no introduction. I think he was, you know, one of the race favorites coming in. And I am not familiar with Kaiser.
No, me
A German rider.
neither.
And that's the interesting thing about gravel, especially in Europe right now, is, you know, I know most of the riders in North America and, you know, a lot of the main races here in Europe. But as gravel continues to boom, it's just this melting pot. And I feel like we're seeing 50 names crop up every year of new talent that's finding it.
And a lot of young riders as well. It's
Very
always
much
hard
so.
for me the start of the season because it's you see new riders and youngsters. Like we have the SWAT team that's a lot of young guys coming up, and yeah, it's good to see. But it's the first of the season. It's hard to know them, and once we get to know them.
Yeah, and this is the continuation in that professionalization of gravel that we're talking about. Is it's, you know, it was my whole generation. We were crossover riders coming from road, coming from the mountain bike, and now that gravel has been established for long enough, we have riders whose first foray into the pro ranks are as a gravel pro. You know, I know that with the Canyon DT Swiss team, part of their roster is focused on up-and-coming talent rather than established results. And, you know, Klaasmark, you guys just introduced and brought up a
Traca
young...
Roots.
Yeah.
So it's a program to get a youngster up in the professional, so we'll help him with material, coaching. So yeah, it's a nice thing that Klaasmark is doing.
It'll be interesting to see how he lines up today in all of this. I mean, he knows the course better than many.
He was super excited, and
Yeah.
it's nice to see your heroes now lining up with people you see only in the TV, and then
Yep.
you're racing with them, and yeah, you can learn a lot from it.
So here we have the Chase group. That purple jersey there, the second from the back, that is the new Canyon DT Swiss team.
Big team, huh?
Yeah, 13 riders, men and women, but it's across all the disciplines actually, which is interesting. You know, it's all the terrain, whether it's ultra, we have 2 ultra-specific riders, a couple established men and women, you know, Carolyn Schiff, Jesper Okleon, household names, and a very international focus too. So it'll be interesting. There's never like a one-size-fits-all with our team.
Are you going to do adventure racing now?
You know, part of me, I'm excited to see this race, but part of me, one thing that as I start to transition away from my pro days is I would love to do the Traca 560 someday or the Unbound XL. I feel like a big part of gravel's soul is the ultra, the overnight, pushing through the night, finding that limit physically. And that's something as always focused on high power like these guys right now. You know, I've kind of capped it at one-day races, so maybe in my future, but not this year.
Some races it's hard to see it from like where we are. You know, like you want to be there, you want to ride. But today, no, I'm fine. I'm fine here.
Yeah. Now that I'm seeing the course, there was, you know, a little bit of that angst on the start line this morning. I know that feeling so well from a career, and seeing the shivers, the anticipation on the start line. It was weird being on the other side, but now that I'm seeing this carnage, I am very happy with borrowing your puppy jacket in this booth.
Okay,
right.
here on your screen you have the list.
All right, so we had Matt Beers tailed off just a little bit as well. He might have just dealt with a hiccup there. And then Mats Schmidt, Peter Havoc is in there. So that main group is already 220 back. So that front group is charging.
Wow.
And it looks like they're struggling. It's a big chase group. I mean, we're struggling to see maybe mounting a chase.
A big group
We have
together
Chad
riding
Vega
with
in
the
there. Hugo Dreschu had a great start to the season last weekend. And interestingly enough, we don't see Keegan in there anywhere yet. So I wonder if he's dealt with a mishap out there.
Okay, or maybe the chip stop.
This is true. This is always possible.
We'll need to wait and see the images to see if Keegan is still on the race. Here they're hitting a bit of the road where they can relax a bit, see how they're doing, maybe get a bit of nutrition in their bodies.
Okay, here we go.
River crossing.
We have guys on both sides. There's Ben Perry in the Canadian Champions jersey. He's easy to spot no matter the conditions.
He knows the course
He is.
really
He's a
well.
Girona local, isn't he?
Yeah. Just got married with a Mexican girl, so.
Oh, amazing. So yeah, you see two different styles here, two different tactics. It looks like one, like Ben, he's kind of mounting his bike cyclocross style earlier and protecting it. And then you see other guys just trying to run with it, but they're still getting that drivetrain all gunked up that way. So depends on how tired you are, but I think mounting was probably the right call there if you had to dismount anyway. If you ain't riding, I think you should protect that bike.
Yeah, it's really hard conditions today for the material.
Yep. And then right up into a rough double track. I mean, Gerard loves to throw everything at these riders at the most unexpected. It's well known, as I started to do more and more class mark races, that gosh, it's just, there's what makes sense, and then there's what Gerard makes the route. And it's always fun, whether you're going through a culvert or running through someone's field. But it never, and it's actually in class mark races specifically where pavement is so welcome.
I know.
It's just like a moment to...
And there's never enough pavement. You're just like, please give me more. But yeah, every time I go and film, when Gerard has done the course, I usually go and pre-ride it and film some parts. And I'm just thinking like, Gerard, they're gonna kill you. Especially last year when he added up that little climb of the 360 before you got into San Gregori. I think that was an extra climb that...
But I rate it though, because especially as gravel gets so competitive and everyone is traveling just to recon and spending days riding every inch of the track, I think he enjoys kind of keeping a few secrets in his back pocket and then releasing the final definitive course just in the days before to throw a wrench in everyone's works. And I think it's a nice way to really make sure that, well, here we see Matt Beers has made it back on, so that little 10-second gap was maybe just due to a chip or coming off in the back of a corner or something.
We see Wout Alleman here. He did really well at Rancho last year. He's a mountain biker, does some gravel, and I think he's liking it.
Yeah, and Romain Bardet looks calm, cool, and collected. I mean, he's dealt with it all over a long career, so he looks comfortable. And I think if I were the other guys, I would be thinking, I mean, we have to put Roman under pressure now, or in the technical stuff, especially with that big climb to come that we saw Sofia going on, and on that rough descent, because, man, if it just becomes a Watts race, I mean, Roman is, you got to say, the 5-star favorite.
Yeah, I think my prediction is Roman will go a bit ahead on the climb.
For sure. I mean, he's been racing gravel for almost a whole year now. He kind of left after, I believe, the Dauphiné last year was his final goodbye near home, if I'm not mistaken. And this was something I dealt with in my transition, was just, I mean, you can be a good bike handler and you can ride well off road, but at the world-class level, the 1% of the 1%ers, like, I mean, Matt Beers, the way that that guy goes down a mountain is just untouchable. So I would expect that if Matt can keep near Roman on that climb, that he can easily reconnect with him on the descent.
I will close my eyes the whole descent because it's so scary to watch from motorcycles.
Yes.
It's scary how fast you go down. Here you can see on the screen the groups that are chasing, so bit of a big gap in between the first group and the second group.
And we have Mashwar Schmidt still kind of in no man's land. I mean, he lost a chunk of time with that mechanical, but I mean, I don't see him coming back with a minute 10 gap unless he's with a solid group himself.
Yeah, also, if you know, only a few riders have the tracker, so if you don't see them in the chase groups, they can still be there if they don't have a tracker. So
Understood.
these are the chasing groups, the names that have the tracker on them.
Yeah. That's good to know. So it does not mean that Mashwar Schmidt, for the viewers at home, is alone chasing solo. It is the Mashwar Schmidt group, for lack of a better name right now.
Yes, and then every few kilometers they go through the chip connector, and we get on the screen the timing difference, and then there you see almost everybody that has passed.
So it looks like this is quite a long extended pavement section, and now they are starting to go uphill, but you know, they've kind of been biding their time, and this was our intermission, so to speak, before things really kick off again. What's coming up then for the rest of the climb? How close are we to this this tough climb?
It's almost there.
Okay.
They'll have a bit of a waking it, a bit of descent, and then the big climb. So they are there.
Mm-hmm.
You can see them looking around. Dan Suete is looking back. Roman Bardet was just in the front, as we predicted. But Matt Beers wants to have him really close. Here we see a bit of a gap. Roman Bardet.
And it looks like the roads have not dried out at all this morning yet. Even the pavement is wet.
Yeah, Catalonia, especially the region around Girona, there's a lot of rivers, so it's pretty humid, and mornings are usually really humid. Training around here where you're hitting roads and you know it's winter, you have your winter roads and your summer roads, because some of the roads here don't get any sun on the winter and they're just like damped, and you want to avoid those roads. We have summer rides and then winter rides, and then they're a whole different world.
Well, and that's the local knowledge where that's, I think, what makes Santa Vall so unique is it's the Girona World Championships, right? So there's so many riders who live here and winter here that it's those little things that add up to saving energy, like knowing that this road or this thing will be damp, to be in the front at this moment because this corner is always slick in the winter and these things. And this is why riders who frequent here are at such an advantage on this course today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and the course today, as you were saying, all the art courses, you have a bit of everything.
Yes.
So a little bit of tarmac. Today we saw a bit more than he usually puts, but because being such a big field of men, he wants to break it up a bit before the gravel starts, because if not, with 280 men, it could be a bit dangerous. So he tries to break the pack in the beginning. And then you have the long climbs, the rocky descent, then like a lot of flats, and then a bit of grass, a bit of mud, a bit of river. So you never get bored on courses like this.
It's a true test, and that's one of the beauties of modern gravel racing is there's everyone's going to be on the back foot sometime, and everyone's going to have a strength at some point. I think today we'll see a true jack of all trades type of winner.
Yeah, and with these conditions, you have to adapt.
You have to adapt. Yep. A lot of it is damage control, to be honest. It's something is going to go wrong in these conditions. It's almost guaranteed something will go wrong for every rider today, and it's the luck of when it happens and how bad it is.
I'm glad I'm sitting in this part of the screen with you at the moment. We have Emma in the morning, and you've joined me. Thank you for this.
Yeah, thanks for holding my hand through this. And as we see, we can peek out just outside. It looks like the sun is starting to creep out.
Hopefully. I'm done with winter this year. It's been a tough one around Catalonia. You see the conditions now, and you can see our women's leader on the screen, Sofia Gomez Villafañe. She's almost done with the climb. She will start the long descent pretty soon. And on the other side of the screen, you could see the men. Bigger group riding together. So back to us. Thanks for joining us today. We're in the first dance of the Gravel Earth Series, Santa Vall 2-day stage race. First stage 120 kilometers, second stage less than 90 kilometers, with a lot of teams, a lot of new riders. So exciting season.
Yeah,
ahead.
short, spicy. We're seeing what riders did their homework coming out of the winter, what riders are just trying to get their feet wet, so to speak. So yeah, it's there's a lot of things to look for. A lot of nuance. I think a lot of riders are going to come out of here with notes to take back before the next. Which is the next Gravel Earth Series race?
The hills.
The hills. Okay, and that is a big one. I mean, I was talking with Mattia De Marchi last night at the team's presentation, and the start list for that is nearly as good as here. I think everyone is showing up to the hills as well.
Yeah, it's a good mix of races. We have Santa Vall in February, the hills in March. Then we have Gravel Desert in April, just before Traca. So it's a good preparation for the riders that are doing Traca as well.
I mean, look at these time gaps, Maya. This is Sofia has just pried open what looks like
2
nearly
minutes.
an insurmountable lead. And Morgan is not far from Rosa. And again, we don't know how big these groups are. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that the front three are all by themselves. So it's one-on-one, which means Sofia is not at a disadvantage anymore. But these are just, I think this speaks to how bad these conditions are today. I mean, it is just minutes already and 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. Wow. This is, I think this speaks to the course today.
Yeah, we predicted something like this is gonna happen, but never like this soon in the race. We thought groups were gonna stay a bit closer together, but with these conditions on the track, it's just brutal.
Well, the one thing with gravel is you never say never. I mean, the only thing guaranteed is that the unexpected will happen. And especially with this being a stage race, right? And GC time over 2 stages. Looks like Sofia's on a good way right now, you know, hoping that there's no bad luck, but she doesn't get to rest easy tonight.
No.
You know, 2 minutes can be nothing in gravel. That's one flat tire, sidewall bite with a hard to plug puncture, and 2 minutes is gone.
We saw Rosa Closer losing the European Championships last year. She was winning by a big margin, and then she had mechanical, she fell, and then she almost had to run to the finish, and the last 2 got them. So
yeah, that was heartbreaking to watch. I remember seeing clips of that, and in conditions like this, the mechanicals are just even more frequent. I mean, the mud covering rocks they just you can't even see them.
no. And you never have it easy till the end. You've won till you cross the finish line, no? I remember just counting back the kilometers, like, okay, just 2 kilometers. Maybe I can run 2 kilometers if something happens, and then just trying to play tricks in your mind because, as you say,
It's true.
anything can happen.
And it's hard in this new space, this endurance sport where, you know, we don't have radios, you don't have information. I mean, Sofia is effectively riding blind. I don't think these motos are able to give her time checks.
No, they're not allowed.
Yeah, but it's you know, a little mountain bikey in that respect. But these races are so much longer than a mountain bike race.
They do have. She'll have some information when she hits the 8th station where their team is gonna be, and she'll get information there. Maybe she relaxes a bit that she has a bit of time.
Yeah, and it's specialized. I mean, they are one of the most organized and dialed operationally. I'm sure they'll have small army of staff out there to be jumping around and giving as much information as possible.
Yeah, they've been here for a week prepping Santa Vall. They rented a house by Selra. They have a cook, they have the mechanic, they have the manager, the whole team. So yeah, really professional.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams are doing this. It was funny coming in to see just how many teams were doing their preseason camp and using Santa Vall as their first dance, so to speak. And yeah, I mean, Canyon, BT Swiss is here. I saw Mattia's team is here. The Ribble Outliers are here. They're all doing the thing. I mean, for Girona Tourism, I was laughing because it's every team's backdrop is the cityscape.
Yeah, and a lot of teams stay after as well to do their training camp, photo shoots, rides, get to know each other.
Sure. Yeah.
I do think it's a good idea after, because sometimes before the race everybody's a bit nervous, and then after you can relax a bit and then talk about what worked, what didn't work.
This is how the Canyon team will be operating. This is why I'm here, is to start my new role as the field expert, spieler trainer, so to speak, for these guys. And their team camp is this coming week. So the sponsor meetings, and then the racers get to relax. They've just emptied themselves. They need a few days of recovery anyway. You're not worried about your training hours, so to speak. So it is a really good moment in February to tick all those boxes and set all the other pieces for success. And also, this is, even though it's a prestigious race, it is it's a dress rehearsal for the whole season to come. I mean, a lot of these new teams are ironing out the kinks today.
We saw, now they're in the big climb, we saw Mats that had the fall with a bit of the mechanical going there, but trying to get to the front.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been in this situation. We see big Matt Beers on the front, just pile driving the group. This guy, we joke, he's an 80-kilo climber. I have never seen a guy like this go up a hill. It is absolutely phenomenal. It's mind-boggling to me that he is not in the World Tour, to be honest. I mean, Matt Beers is an absolute legend. And the fact that it looks like Roman has not taken off yet, that's saying something on the kind of pace that Matt Beers is setting on the front right now.
Yeah, you can see how the terrain has changed. It's a bit more rocky, less muddy, and they're starting to pass the women, a bit of the women peloton that started an hour before.
Yeah, no, it's so line choice is going to be even more critical. I mean, I think the women, it looks like with the conditions, it's so broken up. I mean, yeah, usually, the front group of the men start to catch the tail end of the women's peloton, but I mean, at the pace that Sophia and Rosa and Morgan are going, I mean, they're going to finish well ahead with a clear line.
Yeah, last year that was the prediction, and it happened. I think this year is happening as well. We'll see the women on the finish line just before the men arrive. It's nice for the women to have their own race, but with these conditions, I think every rider is going to be riding by themselves.
Their own race.
Yes, their own race. They're going to be fighting the demons on their head by themselves.
Yeah. Yes, they will. And it has been, that's been an important evolution, is now the separate starts, and even some races the separate days. It was the mass start format for many years, and there was a lot of age group athletes who loved that first 30K with the front, to be feeling what it was like in the pro group, but also as it's gotten ultimately more competitive and more cutthroat and tighter racing, it was a natural evolution just for the safety of the sport to start separating the groups a little bit. And yeah, I mean, I think it's really smart by Klossmark to have the women kind of run an hour before, because I'd say, the women the winning time is usually somewhere between 30 minutes to an hour behind on a shorter day like today. I mean, we're going to have two exciting finales, kind of just right back to back. So, this shows the discipline is really starting to get a handle on even how to predict the races.
Yeah, I think it's really important for each of the categories to have their own race.
Yeah.
It changes a lot when the women start with the men, because
100%. And I was always a big proponent from being an early adopter of just the communal mass effect. But as it's gotten more competitive and contracts and livelihood are on the line, and it's not just a good time on a bike anymore, we really started to realize like how much the women's race is being influenced by the men's race, because instead of having your own pace and your own tactics, it was basically it was the inverse. It was who could basically be a really good starter and just hang on to a faster group of men per se, and those gaps would just widen. If you could make it over one more climber down one descent with a group and you tack onto a faster men's echelon, all of a sudden you have a 1, 2, 3 minute gap. So now that we're seeing the women actually have their own start and battle and attack, and the dynamics are really coming out, it's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, because also like doing those kind of starts, you never knew who was in front because everybody was mixed, and then you're like, I don't know where I am, I just see people.
Exactly.
So here we're seeing the Gabarras climb. This is a pretty long climb.
Yes.
That goes through Gabarras, the national...
Is this the same climb as the final of the Traca?
No.
Okay.
This goes, they go through there. It doesn't cross. The one in Traca crosses from one side to the Gabarras to the other side. Here they're going a bit more parallel to the Gabarras, so they're riding on Gabarras for a longer time.
Okay. Well, that's something that I think we'll be talking about even more tomorrow, is how much of this actually serves as Traca recon, which is one of the, career-defining race later this spring in 10 weeks' time. So I think the last 30K of tomorrow is almost identical to the last 30K of the Traca 300 or 360.
And for today as well, I think the last 15K of today are pretty similar to all the finishes of Traca.
Right. So every racer in this group, then, I mean, they're taking this course at space.
We see here Wood Aleman, mountain bike rider, really good mountain bike rider, then Matt Pierce, then Roman Bardet, and the lead group.
Yeah. So we have two of the best bike handlers, and Roman just tacked on the back. The fact that Roman has not surged ahead yet is, I'm starting to wonder if maybe he's a bit on the limit in these conditions today, a little out of his comfort zone.
But as you say, maybe it's a good choice to see how the others are descending and just follow their line.
This is true. This is true. He might just be able to mimic and hold on and use his watts to close micro gaps the whole way down.
We are gonna go connect with Carla. She's in the fit zone, and she'll really soon see Rosa Closer, Sofia Gomez, and all the women pass by her. So we'll connect to her to see what she has to say. Here, the first fit zone, everybody gets nervous.
Is anyone here to take the batteries or not?
All the team cars prepping their nutrition. Hola, Carla.
Hello, Carla here. I'm the fit station. I'm gonna go so you can see a bit what's happening. Sofia was so fast, she just grabbed water bottles, so I couldn't even almost see her. So yeah, here you can see starts the assistant area, all the teams ready. Hello! There we go. You can feel the tension. Everybody's ready. Hello, we are on live. Everybody. You can see it's crazy, all the setups. Here we have Anucci. She couldn't race. Hey Anucci, why you couldn't race?
Well, I broke my radio a few months ago, but here I am.
But she's coming back soon.
Yes.
There we go. All the bottles, everybody is ready. The gap looks hello. How did you see Sophia?
Yeah, she's doing good, very good. Woo! Woo! Go, Sophia!
Perfect. Okay, waiting here for the second. Now you can see it. Yeah, there we go. She looks very tense. She cannot find the men's three team. Now she has it. Cool.
Okay, we just heard from Carla. Aid station, the only aid station that they can give external assistance. You saw all the teams are there. It's a nervous atmosphere, no? Because it's really important to get the nutrition. The riders go so fast.
Yeah, it is, and it's especially for the teams too. It's so stressful in conditions like this because you don't know who's coming in where and where they are on the course and what's happened. You know, so these mechanics have to be ready for anything, especially in this mud. I think Specialized is going to have every tool on hand for when Maswar Schmidt comes through in case he's nursing some sort of a bike issue after that spill. And then, yeah, it's also just, again, these riders learning the new clothing, the new kits, looking for their team support. And there we heard Rosa yelling for her ministry nutrition team support, or maybe it was a specific bottle.
Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking to be there. I've done that duty recently, and I don't like it. It's super stressful. You have to look on your rider, and they're just shouting. You're like, okay, okay, and then you have to go so fast.
Yeah, it's calm under pressure. Small words and effective words.
Yeah, kudos to the ones doing it for every race, every event. So it's a proper job.
And I think a lot of them is, you know, it's interesting to see who's just taking what. I mean, it's almost all on the fly. You can't stop nowadays unless there's a real issue. It's with the cold weather. It's just, are they taking one bottle or two? I would expect to just see some gels rubber banded to the bottle even. Probably not even needing a full musette bag and all the feed.
Yeah, but sometimes being cold, you waste more energy, so you need a bit more food.
This could be very true too. And again, I think I heard you talking earlier about it. It's just what riders perform well in the cold conditions and the hot conditions. You know, myself, I'm always a heat guy. I hate conditions like this. My legs don't want to turn. But there's other riders who just seem to thrive in it.
Yeah. I was never good at it either. It's like my legs never warm up.
Yeah.
Yeah, here in the front we see Wout Alleman, Matt Pierce, and Romain Bardet still on the lead.
Yep. And are they, tell me about the course where they are here, Maya. This is on a ridge line. Have they started the gnarly descent yet?
No, not yet. They're still on the bit of the climbing. They're done with the really tough climbing, but still a bit to go.
Okay. And how is the final of the course here? What are we talking in terms of hills and features in the last, say, 30K?
Not that many. There's a couple of single tracks before you get the river crossing that we did yesterday that we were saying that's a bit broken.
Yes.
And then you do the part you've done for Traca is the big gravel road, usually in pretty good conditions, really near Constantine.
Mm-hmm.
And then the little climb where you escaped from the 360, remember that you pulled out from Rob?
Near and dear to my heart.
Exactly, just really just a punchy one, but it could make a difference.
I mean, I think that's where we need to have all eyes, especially in this men's group. we'll go back to them, I guess, because right now we're seeing Sofia continue to.
We're seeing here on the screen the women's leaders. So you have Sofia Gomez Villafañe, and then 2 minutes and 30 seconds behind Rosa Closer. 3 minutes and 11 minutes, Morgan Aguirre, then Sophie Wright. You've seen them, they're all by themselves.
And Larissa Hartog too for Canyon.
Here on the
So
screen.
it looks like Wright and Larissa Hartog are together, so that's one of the few groups that we can actually see together. So they might be able to pull themselves into podium contention here by the end of the day. Larissa is a young Dutch phenom that Canyon just scooped up. She's a cyclocross specialist, so I think she's right at home in these conditions actually
She's
today.
loving it.
Yes. But yeah, that going back to that feature, the final, sorry, that little bump, that is a steep corrugated wall, and it's not long, but I mean, that's where I was able to create the Traca winning move, and so I think that's where Roman's probably going to have to put all his cards, especially with the lack of climbing to come. It's the fact that he hasn't distanced them here. He probably isn't confident to be able to hold it on the flat. Matt Beers is such a powerful rider. I mean, the fact that he climbs with those watts, but then he has those watts once the road flattens out, he's like a steam engine or a locomotive. Sorry, so I think even if Roman is comfortable, maybe he just knows that it would just be he'd just be sitting out there by himself, and they would come right back to him. So he's probably saving everything for one shot late.
Yeah, and especially you have that little climb where you escaped, and it's pretty flat to the end. It's not long because they finished in San Gregory and not in Girona this time. So it's 3-4 kilometers from that little climb.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like those three leaders, Kaiser is kind of coming back to them. He kind of got gapped, but he's holding steady now. Dan Sote, Nasser Schmidt, and then the chasing peloton is 3 minutes back.
Never expected like breaking up that quickly. I thought I was gonna keep together a bit more, but with this condition, I think it's what today brings.
I think the mud is the defining factor even more than the climbing and the terrain.
Yeah, we saw it a few minutes ago how they were struggling in the mud and crossing the river. And I want to hear the stories once they cross the finish line. There's going to be a lot of stories.
And a big thing tomorrow actually too is I know when I head back to the Canyon House tonight is we're going to make sure that every rider is really taking care of themselves because you know, it's a stage race. You have to perform tomorrow, and when you're swallowing this kind of mud, sometimes some bacterias and manure or whatever from the agriculture and it'll get in there. So we are hoping and fingers crossed that every rider stays healthy tonight.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that happening, especially in when you do races in South America, like Colombia or Mexico, or like a lot of people coming from Europe usually got sick. Yeah, I think here it's not that bad, but yeah, there's a lot of cow fields and
exactly just the nature of gravel, even more than the road is. They are.
And your bottle always gets filthy. Like you start drinking, and it's like, ooh, I don't know.
I mean, these are all the little things that you have to start thinking about once you start really focusing on gravel. Is even like certain bottles are better than others because if they have that open reservoir top, we just call that the E. coli catcher. So
sometimes what I did is like just take a sip and then like throw it in there so you clean it a bit of.
I would always, I do the same. You kind of squirt onto the road for a sec just to clear what like the initial surge. It's always really smart.
Yeah, but even like yesterday that we did the Traca Force women's ride, just riding on the wheel of somebody, you're getting all the mud on your face, on your mouth. So I think nobody's going clear today.
No.
Yeah, and talking about that, the Traca Force is a program that we created to get more women on the start line.
Amazing.
Because for Traca now we have almost 20% of the participants being women, but we want to be more. So, yeah, we created this group. I'll tell you more about it. But now we're seeing highlights of the women's start, and then we'll see highlights of the men.
All right. Pete back here. We just took a well-deserved break. Maya's been on all morning. We're seeing the men's highlights now. This is all still highlights and just showing what we've had happen so far to catch us up and bring us right back into the fold if you're just joining us for the final.
Yes, we saw a bit of a try to escape here on the road, as we were saying. A few kilometers on the road before they hit this steep climb on the gravel.
So this is the entry. This is what everyone was talking about, and this is where the team dynamic was really taking shape. Is riders were focused on getting their best climbers or their favorites into position for what you saw, that bottleneck, because if you were in the back there, you were running.
Yes, because it's a steep climb with a lot of loose gravel on it, so...
And yeah, quickly that lead group of 6 to 7 formed, and they started to pry open their gap.
You can get an idea of the conditions here. This is the river crossing where we were talking if somebody... Oh, there's somebody riding. And then some carrying their bikes. Brutal conditions today. Matt Wirtz climbing had a fall at the beginning of the day on the mud.
Yep, and then finally we hit the biggest climb of the day, where the lead three, Matt Beers, Roman Bardet, and Wout Alleman pried away, and it looks like they're going to be fighting for the podium.
We're here with Carla.
Hello, here we are.
Hola, Carla.
Riders are taking the bottles super fast. They didn't have any issue. Hola, hello. Hola. How are you? How are you?
Good, and you?
Yeah, who are you waiting?
Sophia. We're not waiting for anybody anymore. They've all passed through, thankfully, but we're with Sophia in the lead, so things are looking good today.
How did you see them?
They look good. Sophia was in the front, so she looked very comfortable, still in control, and had a 2.5 minute gap, so we're hoping she can maintain that to the finish.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He's a specialized mechanic.
Here you can see how they are ready to prepare
Brad
for the
Copeland.
bottles. Riders are taking the bottles super fast. I didn't see any incidents. Hello. Hello. Let's see who find. This guy has lots of bottles. Who are you waiting for?
Fast racing.
Fast racing. How do you see them?
Oh, I see them.
Yeah.
You're looking pretty good.
Yeah? Thank you so much.
Good to see Carla on the field. She's in the 8th station where the teams can give bottles and assistance to the riders. Really important point.
So here we are. We have, it looks like a bit of consolidation there. There's a chasing group that's got Maswer Schmidt and Dan Sote in there, just trailing off of that lead trio. Again, the question is if they can actually make it back. I think it's going to all come down to the collaboration in the front and seeing if they, because for sure the back group, I mean, they're all in. None of them are riding for the podium right now, so they're all going to be fully together, and it looks like they've just become a group of 4. So if there's any games in the front, we might see a big group start to rejoin.
Yeah, and they're not that far behind. Good riders working together.
Yeah, it looks like it is actually all coming back together.
You can see here in the map, they're still riding, the men are still riding in the Gabarras. Bit more rocky, big climb, big descents, and yeah, I think this is the most technical part of the course.
Yeah. And it looks like it's starting to dry out. It's like now the sun is starting to bake that mud down. The puddles are starting to just absorb back into the ground. So it's going to maybe get a little tackier, which sometimes makes it a little slower, in my opinion, because it's like sometimes when it is actually so wet, you just kind of slice through it, and then as the ground really actually starts to harden is actually when the mud is at its actual worst before it actually fully becomes dry again, and that's when it can actually get tacky. So if any riders have been gambling with tire clearance in the name of volume, we might start to see some coagulation issues. But it also depends, I guess, on your local knowledge of like kind of what the dirt consistency is. If it's more of a clay base or more of a sandy beach base.
It changes. Like it's that part of the course they're at now. It's it doesn't make a difference, but in the next part of the course they're going, it does.
So I actually have some information here, as I saw from the Canyon internal chat as they went through the feed zone, that it sounds like Rosa crashed hard, and that's how the gap happened. We heard her in a bit of a panic there. She crashed hard, so she's back up and chasing, but it looks like that gap is holding kind of steady at the moment, and that's how that gap opened up.
Okay, good to know. Here you have your 20 women, top 20 women from stage 1 at the moment. Big gaps forming now.
Very big gaps. Yeah, we have Carolyn Schiff and Clara Koppenberg lining up at the bottom there, just inside the top 20.
Wendy Osterwood, we have Annika Langbard here, 14 minutes behind.
Yep. Clara Koppenberg will be an interesting addition to the season because she's a very well-known World Tour climber. She was riding with Cofidis for many years, and as she starts to dabble with gravel, it'll see if she starts to get the technical aspects down and really start to excel.
Yeah, it's good to see women road racing riders coming to the gravel. Morgan Aguirre here, third at the moment.
Morgan's she's a really interesting rider for me because she is what I was talking about earlier, that she's not a crossover athlete. She came straight into gravel. She was just like learning how to ride a few seasons ago. So her trajectory has been pretty astounding. And she's really just continued to study and level up and watch what the best riders are doing and mimic it. And I think she's really starting to see the benefits of that.
Yeah, she's so professional. She knows what she has to do. She trains really to, like, if the coach says 2 hours and 1 minute, she does 2 hours and 1 minute. She's really competitive. She's come a long way. She's learned a lot, and it's good to see her riding today, third position. And this is the part of the terrain that you were saying that it gets clay. It's the point that you start like looking to your back. It's like, is my bike okay? Is something happening? Because it just starts feeling like really hard to pedal.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it'll be sticky, and it also looks open. So this is where the wind might start to take effect too. Sometimes the wind actually dries out the mud interestingly fast, which is always been interesting to me as I continue to ride more and more gravel. But it looks kind of tacky and sticky right now, to be honest. Which means it's just kind of like it almost feels like you're just climbing all day. I mean, you don't actually get to rest on a flat in conditions like this. It's just like, it's like you're kind of like riding on a sponge all day long. Absolutely, just, it sucks.
And also it depends the pressure you put in the tires. Today I think it was really important to dial the pressure of the tires.
Yep. And it's a balance too, right? Between, you want the volume for the comfort, and when it is actually kind of sticky like this, like the volume kind of actually helps spread the weight. But then the rest of the day you've been worrying about maybe mud packing up, and that's where you actually want a narrower tire for the clearance. So it's just, there's never a good option in conditions like this. It's really just evaluating everything, and I can guarantee you all these riders were hemming and hawing last night, having their mechanics change their equipment at 11 p.m. as the rain was still coming. This is, yeah, the stress levels were very high last night with this condition.
So yeah, I wouldn't be like to be in the point of a mechanic last night or today, because a lot of the riders are going to be thinking of changing a lot of their gearing for tomorrow. They're going to have a hard job cleaning and getting all the bikes ready for tomorrow as well.
Well, tell me, how does it mostly differ between today and tomorrow in terms of the course, the dynamic, the layout?
I think it's super different because today there's a big climb, you have the road, and then tomorrow from the start it goes up.
Okay.
Really steep up, and
Okay.
then when you get to the top, you do a single track. So position is key.
Oh, wow.
And then it's a shorter stage. Everybody wants to go full gas.
Yep.
So it's a war from the start.
Oh, wow. Okay.
People are gonna have to like warm up their bodies pretty quickly. We'll start 1 hour after, so it makes a bit of a difference. It's gonna be a bit warmer, but yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be an epic battle.
Okay.
Here we see 226, one of the nutrition sponsors from here. Tire sponsors as well, pretty important. They have different type of tires. I would have, I think, grippy for today. What do you think?
I was checking around on the start line actually and having a look at that, and I saw a lot of grip up front. I mean, I think it's twisty enough, and especially with the little bit of rain, you just can be slippery. I think a grippy front tire and a lot of big volume. I saw like a lot of 50s in the front today, and kind of a mullet protocol. So a lot of riders were opting for a fast rolling tire in the back with a little bit of side knob. So
For the mud? That's where
I think it was mud, but also just the pavement and the pedaling efficiency. You know, it's always a question now of grip versus rolling resistance, the tire volume. And one thing that I often opt for in a lot of my racing that's become quite popular in Pro Peloton is what we call the mullet setup. So a big aggressive front tire for the control and a fast rolling tire in the back, knowing that bike handling skills and being able to drift the rear wheel is less, you know, the handling of the rear wheel doesn't matter as much.
Mountain bikers do that a lot. You can always see that in mountain bikers, it's always different, the front tire and the back tire.
Exactly.
It's interesting to see that the gravel scene is doing that too.
Yeah, I think a lot of the mountain bike tech is really translating over. And we've seen a lot of mountain bikers really start to thrive in the gravel space. I would say more than 50%. And I think most of it is just, I think we've always known the mountain bikers have such big engines, but you know, road has been so famous. It's got such a big platform, you know, with the world tour and the TV rights, and mountain bikers have always not had the same attention compared to world tour road. But the athletes are astounding, right? They're absolute specimens, and there's no reason that they couldn't be endurance athletes. They just love off-road and mountain biking. So now that gravel is really growing, I think we are seeing the true endurance capabilities of the off-road racers really start to rise. And I think it's actually an easier step if you come from mountain biking to come into gravel, because you can always train for the endurance, right? That's a training thing, and they've spent their whole formative years working on the bike handling. Whereas if you've really worked on your engine in the world tour, then you know, you come into the off-road space, it's a lot harder to catch up, so to speak.
So we are here with the second woman, Rosa Closer. Last time we saw the gaps, it was 2 minutes and 30 seconds to Sofia. They've passed almost half of the stage from today. You can see it on the screen. Now it's a bit more of the flatty parts. That's when you want somebody with you.
Exactly. And like I said, we had just found out that Rosa actually had a pretty hard crash, and that's how that gap happened. So, I mean, she looks like she's trucking along, and she's actually got a good pace, and she looks steady. She's bent down in a more aero position, as much as she can be, obviously, with the conditions. And I think... yeah, so it looks like it's not affecting her too bad yet, but that was the gap.
Yeah, we didn't see her stop in the tech zone, so bike is okay, she's okay. Hopefully, mentally, she's pretty strong and can...
From what I know of Rosa, from team dinners and all of that at Canyon, she is a competitor, and I guarantee you she's going to go find a physio tonight, get her body realigned if anything's off, and she's going to come out with a vengeance tomorrow, I think. So I think we're actually hopefully setting up for a real good battle for the overall tomorrow. I think Rose is going to have to go on the attack. We'll see what the final gap is at the end of the day today. But I mean, Rose is going to have to be aggressive tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's a long season. It's just February. And so many races. Some people take this as a prep. Some people take it as they want to win.
Of course.
So everybody's different stages of their training. Keegan and Matt are training for the Cape Epic. They're going to ride together, so they have to be a bit more on points. And then some riders, it's just they're coming off of winter, maybe just doing the rollers for a bit, a lot of snow. It's been a really hard winter in Europe. So everybody is in different peak of form, and it's nice to see how today is playing out.
100%. And also how it portrays to the Graveler series and the points, like because this is now Santa Vall by the Traca. Where does it sit in the points classification, the tiers of the races, so to speak?
I think the points for anything by the Traca are the same. There are going to be many changes. And then the point system, it's a bit more clear this year. It's easier to follow.
Okay.
So not that many races. I know they have to do for the elite. They have to point on 4 of the races and then do the final that's in Belgium beginning of September. And for the age group category that is new for this year, they have to do 2 races and the final as well. So it's nice to see there's a lot of competition happening today. Not just the elite men or elite women, also the age groupers. So today is going to be a fight to the line for everybody.
So we're seeing here, I was just wondering if that time gap was actually correct and that Messerschmitt was only 5 seconds back, and it looks like he's rejoining actually.
Wow.
So, I mean, he was a minute 20 down. I mean, that is a time trial, to say the least. How tired is he now? How beat up is he? Or has the front just kind of been playing games?
I don't think so. We've been seeing them like just working together, and it's not an easy course to just play. You have to push it because it's the climb and then it's the descent. But you've done the comeback as well. You did.
Yeah.
Traca 360 was the same for you, no? You were super far, or like far behind, and then you came together.
It was a beautiful moment for me, but it was a very important lesson that it's, in gravel especially, it's never over till the finish line. Anything can happen, even in the closing single track. So you have to keep pushing the whole way. But I mean, Maya, this race just really opened because we thought, and I thought, that we were just looking at the podium fight, and now it's a group of 4, and there's 2 specialized riders in that group of 4.
Yeah, and now once they finish the descent, that they're almost done with it, the flat part starts. So this is where Matt can thrive. Now we saw him in Rancho, he had a big fall, but he was doing great. And I think he's getting into his strength.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, Matt is going to be very comfortable coming up. And, you know, Messerschmitt with the flat terrain and the wind, being from Denmark, being a World Tour, an ex-World Tour rider. I mean, this is also his forte. Now we're going to start seeing where the team tactics come into play. I mean, this is what we've been talking about for months. We are going to see Specialized. They've recruited, you know, they have 2 5-star favorites of their 3. Their fearsome threesome, if you will. And I mean, my gosh, you know, are they going to work together? Are they going to start 1-2ing Roman and Wout? Are Wout and Roman going to have to create an allegiance? And is there some ego within Specialized? I mean, these are 2 race winners in their own right, and you know they both want to put their best foot forward.
Yeah, but from what I've heard, they're working as a team. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, so they're going to have to play the game. I mean, I would assume that Messerschmitt wants to take a breather here and take a break, use the excuse that he just chased back, which is a very well-deserved excuse at the moment.
Yeah, we will see also how much energy he has to had to put into this chase to get to the front.
Yeah. And as far as sprint, you know, if it does come down to a sprint, I don't know how Specialized would play it, to be honest. I know Matt normally had not worked on his sprint or was not a great sprinter, but Matt Beers has really worked on his sprint the last 2 years, and we saw him out sprint Keegan and a few other races for some big wins last season. And so this will be interesting.
Yeah, we've seen Wout Aleman sprints, being a good sprinter as well.
For sure, Roman Bardet is the worst sprinter in that group, I would say. So he needs to do something. I mean, now that he's not, the podium is not guaranteed. You know, his strength is having that road tactical base. So you know, he's calculating everything in his mind right now, like a chess game.
Yeah, now is where the chess game begins. They start to look around how everybody is.
Yep. But we have another chasing group only 30 seconds back. So if they play too many games, I mean, we're going to start talking bunch sprint finish here. And that's,
nobody wants that.
No, that. The thing with this course is it's so sinuous and twisty. You can't, if you look back, you can't tell if there's a group right there, or if they're 5 minutes behind or 5 seconds behind. So, you know, these guys are really flying blind.
Yeah, if you just joined, women have been on the stage for 3 hours and 6 minutes, and the men for 2 hours and 6 minutes. The women still have 34 kilometers to go, and the men 54 kilometers to go. These last 30 kilometers are pretty fast, so we'll have the women, I think, maybe in less than an hour and 15 minutes back here. It's been a great racing. We have Sofia Gomez Villafañe on the lead on the women, and we just saw the men group of 4 on the lead with Romain Bardet, Wout Aleman, Matt Beers, and Matt Wurz. So pretty strong riders. It's been a hard day. We are kind of seeing the sun coming out. Not that much wind at the moment here on San Gregory, but we'll go to Carla to see what's happening in the course at the moment.
Here we are waiting for the men. As you can see, everybody is super quiet. You can feel the tension from here. No movement. So let's see. I'm gonna walk a bit so you can also feel it. Hello guys, how are you?
Hello lady, I'm good.
Yeah? Who are you waiting for?
Food.
Food? Oh, nice. A bit of humor. Yeah, exactly. There we go, you can see everybody waiting. I'm gonna stop here, I don't wanna miss the the leaders. Some cheering. Go, go! Yeah, both team here.
Hans Becking.
Però mira on comença l'estat.
Who are you waiting for? Pau.
Però dona des de l'altre costat, no me l'ha
I'm getting super nervous. No, I have to drive.
Hi. Motorbike is here, so heads up because they should be here soon. Okay. In 30 seconds, they should be here. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Be ready.
I'm getting more nervous.
So let's see. Now they are coming. Heads up.
Whoa! Whoa, here! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay. Now. Okay, let's count the gap now.
Vale, Alex!
¿Qué? Sí, bueno, tienen cambiado una.
motorbikers.
Vés a veure a menjar alguna cosa, no?
No temps, ja estan aquí.
Hi ha bidons allà si vols agafar-ne un.
Okay.
A la dreta hi ha bidons plens que pots
The
agafar.
following group is coming.
Come on, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna beat a move so you can see everybody, all the teams, all the setups.
Okay, we saw Carla in the aid station where the riders can get assistance. We saw the first two group on the men. We saw the team managers pretty nervous. It's as we said, it's pretty nerve-wracking moment. They need to dial their nutrition. They go by the fit station super fast, so you have to talk with your rider before. You have to know in which side they feel comfortable grabbing the bottle, because for what we saw, they're going 35 kilometers an hour. They have to know where you are. You have to put the team jersey so they can see you, they can spot you. You saw the team managers just shouting. We saw Pau Zamora from the Booth BH team getting there, shouting, wow, you have to be clear, and then giving the bottle, giving the nutrition they need.
Yeah, no, it's a very tense time, especially it's the wait, and then rush for these team mechanics and these managers. You're hoping that you're just giving a bottle away, but they also have to be ready for everything. They have to have a whole slew of tools. Maybe the rider needs a plug or a CO2 if they burn one, but they can still keep racing. And then you need all the big fix-its in case there's been a catastrophic break. But so far, we haven't really seen many mechanicals today.
No, not from what we've seen. Maybe we hear after a lot of mechanicals. I think there's going to be a lot of mechanicals with the kind of terrain we are seeing, with the mud, with the water, chains, brakes, maybe not that many flats. But
the war stories coming out of this.
Yeah, but for the fronts, thank God we haven't seen anything chaotic going through.
Yeah, and once it is these smaller groups, it's a lot more easy to manage your line. You know, it's those early days, that's where most of the mechanicals happen, is when you're just in that big group and you're just slamming things with your wheels and you can't see.
Yeah, we're seeing finally the sun coming out. The riders must be happy. We see them trying to stretch the legs from Bardet.
Yeah.
Going to get a bit of a breather. It's been a pretty hard beginning of the stage. Everything happens on the beginning. Now they have a bit more of, you can call it chill time. There's never chill time on the gravel, but yeah, they can look around a bit, see how they're doing, see how their material is doing, and yeah, start to plan for what's ahead.
Yep. And we have on that right screen, it's Dan Soete and Kaiser they're within a minute, you know, and on these long stretches, now that we're in the more open farmlands, that's where you can actually get glimpses of the front group. So maybe they'll get a little bit of inspiration there to get back.
There are two good riders on the flat. They're pretty strong as well, so they can work together. And if these ones start to look to each other, they can come back.
It looks like everyone's pulling through now. You know, it looks like Messerschmitt has caught his breath and he's starting to contribute and solidify this gap. And you know, Matt Beers is always happy to take a turn. I mean, he rides with his heart on his sleeve and is. He rides with honor and panache, so he's never one to skip out on a pole.
I really like their team kits. You can really tell them apart. Specialized has done a really good job with that.
Yep.
Pretty cool colors. We see Matt's wearing the same, but with a European jersey.
Yep. Yeah, and then that Rafa kit with Roman is also very easy. The black and white with a little bit of pink is, you know, they're everywhere. And they have an interesting thing too. You can't quite call them a team, but the Rafa team collective, I don't know what verb they're using. but it's they have a lot of good riders. Not here today, but you know, in Australia we saw them stack the front of that race. There was Cameron Jones, who's the Unbound winner, Ian Boswell, and a bunch of guys were all in the same kit, and they actually rode together. It's these collective teams. I think even PA Racing races a little bit like this. Is it's not like a full team collusion, so to speak, but it's more of like a, you know, you had a friend in there. There's an allegiance that you can rely on, and you won't screw each other over, per se, but you're also doing your own race. And so that's how those Rafa guys are working.
Yeah, I really like this system. It's the like kind of the path racing and factor racing. It's like they give you the bikes. It works kind of like a team, but you have freedom of choosing your clothing, your gearings, some more partners, sponsors. So it's like a bit of freedom, but in a collective, as you say. So I like this.
Yeah, no, it's been an interesting, and it's, you know, as we see these teams and privateers and that discussion and that evolution change is you're seeing riders really have to choose, because on a team, you know, you're guaranteed much better support. I mean, you can really just focus on being a racer, and some riders just want to be a racer. A privateer, I think if you're more incentivized and you have to running a single program of one to be a team of one, so you're doing all the other things. You have to be on your feet more, you have to do photo shoots more, all the negotiations, all the hustle. There's no team staff picking up at the airport. You're renting the car, checking into the Airbnb, doing the grocery shopping. So it can be potentially more financially lucrative to be a privateer if you're willing to hustle. But if you want to focus solely on the racing results, I think teams are starting to really prioritize that.
Yeah, it's a good mix to see, and good insights, because you've been a privateer like all your gravel career.
Yeah, and I was lucky to benefit from being in the World Tour for a long, healthy decade, and it was because I had my eyes open and tried to absorb everything that I could really see how teams operated, and I brought a lot of that attitude to my personal privateering program.
And I think that's the essence of gravel, no? Because you can be different, and gravel is because you're different. So if you like being part of the team and getting all the structure, okay, you can do that. But you can do the privateer and have a bit more flexibility, and or like as you say, like a mix of team with flexibility. So here on your screen, you have the leaders on the men's side.
Yeah, so we saw that group of 4 go through that feed zone a little while ago. We have Kaiser and Roth coming through, and then we have Vakoc coming back. You know, Petter, he will never say die, and he always is a strong in the second half of the game, so to speak.
Yeah, and he's riding with Hans Becking, another mountain biker. Both are now locals in Girona, so they know the course pretty well. They're racers, and they'll...
And it looks like, okay, well, we have Luca Dressler and Braden Lang. They are teammates on the new Canyon DT Swiss Gravel team in that chase group at 3 minutes, and this is a big group. Wow. Mike Woods is sitting in there. Frederick Rossman, another DT Swiss rider. Paul Voss.
Here's Aniol Morel. He's the rider we've been talking about, Traca Roots. So the youngster that Classmark is helping out so he can make it to the pro ranks.
Sitting right there in the top 30. And I guess what we would be considering is the peloton now. I mean, this is a big enough group that I would consider this is like the peloton. And it looks like Magnus Bach Klaus, the defending champ, is kind of, you know, he's not having the best day today.
No, it's been a hard day, and it's the first of the season for almost everybody. It's good one to see who is where in their preparation, in their moment, in their peak of form.
Yeah.
So Magnus was pretty good last year, but maybe he's prepping for, he said Traca was one of his objectives, so maybe Santaval is not that objective this year.
Yeah, I think a lot of riders, if you look at the season, they aim for an April and May peak, because within 1 month, basically, or a 5-week rolling period, you have the Traca and Unbound. So that's kind of like the pinnacle of the gravel season, is that April-May block. And also, you know, it's so hard because of conditions like this. In a road race, you see a rider 4 minutes off the back. It's like very, and very rarely it's just they got dropped. You know, sorry, normally it's they got dropped. Very rarely is it something else. But, you know, the fact that Magnus was 4+ minutes down, like, it kind of means nothing today. Like, it could have been a crash or something with the mud, or, you know, a dropped bottle. And so he might come back with a vengeance tomorrow. I think a big thing that I'm going to have to do tonight is I'm excited to go stalk the social media and kind of play detective and sleuth and see what happened, because I think that's going to play a lot into tomorrow's story.
Yeah, I love stage racing because so many things can happen. Maybe you have 5 minutes advantage on the first day and something happens on the second day, or you're not feeling recovered.
Exactly.
There's good riders that can recover quickly, and there's the riders that prefer one-day stages, because now it's getting here. You have to get the proper nutrition, go back home, clean all the material, sleep well, and then do the right warm-up for tomorrow. And maybe your legs tomorrow are dead and you don't feel it. So.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as you know, the recovery is the name of the game in stage racing, and we like to joke with a serious tone that immediately after the finish today is the next race for the race. It's racing back to the hotel, recovery protocols, massages, just dialing in everything just right to optimize that recovery. And it's anytime you're just hanging around, it's no beers and coffee after the finish line today. That'll be tomorrow.
No, yeah. We'll see happy faces tomorrow. Today is still a bit of serious faces.
So here we have, you know, the lead four. It looks like they're fully collaborating. You know, it's always interesting doing the echelon and the pace line on the gravel tracks, because you have that high crown in the middle with the dirt, and sometimes there's rocks and debris in there. So you really have to take a longer pull than you would maybe want sometimes, till it's a good moment to kind of chop over and hop that center divider, so to speak. Just always keeps it a little more interesting. You got to stay on your toes.
Yeah, you can never wonder, no? Because sometimes on the road you can just switch off your head, switch off and relax a bit. But on the gravel is the moment you switch off when something happens. So
100%.
You have to be on point all the time, and it adds up to being tired. It's just, I always feel these kind of races mentally are so difficult.
Definitely.
Now we're seeing shots from the drone. Sun finally coming out.
Yeah, we can see it's we're getting shadows out here at the finish line right now. It's looking like a beautiful day. You know, I am, with these conditions, I'm not envious of these guys racing today. I'm totally fine being in here in the comms booth with you, and I actually brought my bike, and I get a ride home today in my shorts and my maybe some arm warmers at the most. So I think I chose the winning call today for best day on the bike.
You can go recce the ride for tomorrow.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
or
yeah,
maybe the climb if you want to.
Report back.
Or maybe just go grab a beer. It's not a bad option either. So here we are seeing the front group of the men. We have the two specialized riders, Matt Beers and Mats Wirtz. We have Wout Alleman from the Boof BH team and Roman Bardet from Rafa riding a Factor bike.
Yeah.
Factors, good collective as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, as we were talking about the collectives or the collections or whatever you call these hybrid teams now. Factor made a big move in the offseason, signing a lot of riders. You know, that was a big scoop grabbing Roman Bardet. They grabbed up Petr Vakoc from Canyon, which it broke my heart to see him go. But Petr is, I mean, he's always a podium favorite. And a whole scoop of other riders.
Nicole Frayne as well, going to Factor.
That's true.
Yeah,
And-
they just saw them. I think they did like meetup because they have the factory here as well, like the offices.
Yeah.
So they all meet up and talk.
Yep. And David Miller, my ex-teammate on the Garmin team from years ago, he's actually running point for Factor these days, and he lives just outside of town here. So I know that there's a big impetus here.
Another Girona local. We've seen him done gravel a lot. He's done Traca 360 a couple of times, and I think he tried 560 last year. So still, I think once a racer, you're always a racer.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's like doing long distance is hard, because you just want to race them, and if you don't properly train for that, it can be really hard.
Totally.
This is the chase group, no? Leon, Kaiser, and Dan Soet. Two strong riders, not far behind.
No, they aren't. They are not giving up at all. It looks like they've lost a bit of time now that Maslow Schmidt rejoined. I think that 3 to 4, they really started putting the metal down. But those two guys can roll the flat, that's for sure.
Yeah, and have you seen in the screen that this is more of a flattest section? It's like in between the two mountains that are around Girona. They'll hit a bit of the last mountains at the end of this stage, and they'll go by them tomorrow on the other stage as well. Mm-hmm. But it's hard on the flat as well, because you're always turning, twist and turning. You're never like a long stretch, so you have to be on your point as well.
Yeah. And some of these times, and this is actually, I know this is it's seared into my brain, but we are on very similar routes of the final of the Traca right now, because I just, once you're in the race and in that moment, it's like you can recognize every little thing. It's seared in your brain. But, you got to be careful on when it's been muddy and you're on pavement fully ripping, and then you turn onto a bridge or on into and off of the dirt. Cars that have passed, the motors that have passed earlier, there's like a little mud streak, and you can easily slide out. So they're still being a little careful in these corners here.
Yeah, we saw the finish of Traca 360 last year, a couple of those falls, exactly what you were talking about.
Look at that shot.
Yeah, we have a lot of olive trees, a lot of chestnut trees as well, and Gavarras, it's pretty popular for their cork trees. So when you see the tree that it's gotten on the bottom and it's red, all Gavarras, it's where they take the cork for the wine bottles.
Oh, the wine out here is so good. Every time I brought a bunch of stuff out for some friends here, and so I got a big empty suitcase right now, and I think there's going to be some Spanish wine coming home. I mean, I live in the wine region of California, and I always bring the Spanish wine home.
Yeah, the Emporda wine, it's pretty popular. During Traca, we go through a lot of the vineyards. And,
oh, yeah. So we got Sophia still on her own. Lucy Hempstead, this can't be right. I mean, we're seeing this live just like you are at home, but it looks like that can't be right. She was never in the conversation earlier. There must, I'm guessing maybe there's been an issue with, maybe she had to cut the course to get home or something and just like triggered a timing mat. I would assume that the real situation is Sophia who's effectively 0, and Rosa looks like she's maybe brought back some time on Sophia then if she's at 5:30. So maybe Rosa's chopped off a minute. That's what I'm guessing here, and my napkin math. Hopefully we get a clearer picture here in a second and we can make sense of it.
Yeah, once they go to the timing tips, we'll have exactly what's been happening. And on your screen, you see Sofia Gomez Villafañe leading the women's race since almost the first part of the course. She's a pretty strong rider.
Yeah, she definitely was one of those riders who came out to make a point that she's done her homework this winter and she's here to win.
They've been training in Tucson, no? Arizona.
Yeah, Tucson is a bunch of the snowbirds. Her and Keegan actually just got married this winter. They've been partners for a long time, but they tied the knot, and then they winter down in Tucson. A whole bunch of the Americans do.
Now riding in the same team.
And now they're on the same team. Yep. So here we have a better visual. Yeah, so they took out the timing mistake. We have Sofia, Rosa, and Morgan, but it looks like there's a little chase group coming up to Morgan now. So there might be a good fight for that third podium spot.
Yeah, and as we say, with these conditions, anything can happen. There's another stage tomorrow. Way faster stage, a bit more mountainy, like not steep climbs, but all the time up and down, more single tracks, a bit more rocky. You can see Sofia on the screen. Sofia has less than 24 kilometers to go, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think she'll be finishing just afternoon here, just in time for her siesta, and she'll go get a nice nap in and get ready to hopefully a defense tomorrow. I mean, we're not going to count these chickens until they hatch, though. But you know, it's also the way that these things are moving. That graphic is, you know, decently zoomed in, and here we have a real-time check. So Rosa has brought back about a minute. So I don't know if Sofia had a quick little stop there, or
no, that's what we saw.
Rosa's charging.
Sofia looking back. Did you see, like, trying to look back to see if she could see Rosa? Maybe in the feed station they gave her a bit of information about what happened to Rosa. So maybe she's checking in. Rosa is a good, really good rider on the flats, on the climbs, and as you say, she really wants to win as well. So.
I was thinking a lot about it just during that aid station break, but the Sofia Gomez Vigefani Rosa Closer rivalry is one that's really starting to build. It's been building since last year, and I think we're going to see a lot of it this year. They're going to be marking each other even more this year. Rosa is coming in for the Lifetime Grand Prix, which Sofia's normally put her stamp on as of the past few years. So I think we're starting to see a very big budding rivalry. And the fact that Sofia is looking over her shoulder is telling me she's not confident.
Maybe she's not feeling really strong, no? Or maybe do you think she's waiting? No.
No, she definitely wouldn't be waiting. I mean, this close. She's been alone for so long. You know, it's just maybe she's just trying to, you know, obviously just take stock and see what's happening. But I mean, now we're seeing we have another time check at Rosa at 1:20. So she's just, during our little conversation here, she's chopped off another 5 to 10 seconds. The question is, if Rosa is having this kind of pace, I mean, she's got a head of steam, but she might run out of room.
23 kilometers. This part suits a bit of the riders that like the flats. I don't know if Sofia likes the flat. I don't know her that well, but I know Rosa loves it, and she just puts her head down and yeah, looks at the finish line. Maybe she wants to win. So
yeah, I mean, it ain't over till it's over. I know Rosa is meticulous. Sofia is as well. They're both infamous for their attention to detail, but Rosa has really focused on aerodynamics, and especially she's been on training camp with the Canyon Tram women, where she also moonlights as a road racer. So I know she's been tucked in that aero position. I've seen her on a time trial bike a little bit, so I'm sure Rosa's very optimized for this.
Yeah, really powerful rider. Now we're seeing the men, the four still riding together. This is the chase group on the screen. Dan Soete and Leon Kaiser. Two strong riders as well, trying to bridge to the front group that we have Matt Beers, Mats Wurtz, Wout Aleman, and Roman Bardet.
Yeah, and they're really just biding their time. You know, the way that this course is laid out, it just doesn't make for a move right now. It was the initial selections, and then I think we're kind of waiting for the final here. The only thing I would kind of expect to see until the final really kicks off is seeing Specialized start to 1-2 that group.
If you were in that group, what would you do?
Honestly, I would, at this point, have to start shortchanging my turns, knowing that, you know, I'm not a specialist sprinter, and that there's a lack of climbing to come. I mean, I would be having to go all in on that hill towards the finish is probably where I would have to bank everything. And honestly, I would know that I can't get away from all 4 or all other 3. So if I were Roman, for example, I think is better than if it was me, because we were both climbing type riders. I would try to attack, but take one of the specialized guys with me, because then it effectively would block the other specialized rider, and you could ideally solidify a second place. And then you can try to manipulate it. You would have a one-on-one scenario. So I would actually try to break away with one of the specialized riders and turn that team number into an advantage for myself.
Yeah, and I also think that's different from the road, no? Because on the road you have the radios, so you know what's happening, you know the bridges, like the time differences, and then also you have the coach letting you know what you should do, because especially days like today, no, that you've wasted so much energy.
Yeah.
Sugar's not getting to your head. And
no.
Making decisions when you're so tired and so concentrated, you've never, like, sometimes you don't make the right decision. And looking back, it's like, oh, I should have done this and should have done that. So that's the thing about gravel that I love.
Yeah. No, it's figuring it all. And yeah, these guys, they have no idea what's happening in the race around them. The only information they have is what they can see with their own eyes right now. So yeah, I mean, that tactic I just laid out, I mean, I'm sure Roman and Messerschmitt are they understand that. They are following the same line. I mean, that is World Tour level tactics. You know, and Dan, I believe Dan has played in the World Tour, if I'm not mistaken. Or Wout Alleman? No.
No, maybe years ago, but I've known him from mountain bike for a while.
And this is where actually Matt Beers is at a bit of a disadvantage, and he will self-admit he is a student of the game. He is learning fast. He is really started to come into his own, but his pure tactical sense is coming from mountain biking is generally his weak point at the moment. Of course, it's changing season by season, but you know, his technical prowess is phenomenal, but you know, if I were Roman or Wout, I would have to start working them over mentally.
Okay. Now, yeah, we're seeing all the riders taking their turn, maybe giving poker faces and trying to do shorter turns.
Yeah, there's definitely collaboration is still there. No one's really playing games. 35K to go, so they're thinking 1 hour, you know?
Yeah, on the women's side, 21K to go.
And again, this is all, I mean, I recognize all of this. This is all Traca Recon for the. So also for us viewers at home, I mean, we're seeing potential scenarios that could line out a month in time in one of the world's most prestigious races. The way it's raced, the way the riders are taking the corners, situations that could evolve. So you know, this is a bit of a dress rehearsal for what we can expect in a few weeks.
Yeah.
And also for me, maybe if I'm in the fight at Traca, I'm seeing how this is playing in the front, so I'm seeing what these riders are doing. So maybe I'm getting a little cheat code tonight.
Yeah, that's good. I think if you're aiming to be top contender on Traca, you have to be here at the moment, because it's the perfect scenario. Almost every rider that's on the top on gravel is here in Vall today. Some are in top form, some maybe are just coming to train and to see the terrain, but it's the perfect scenario to get ahead on Traca.
Yep, exactly.
So we have Wout Alleman in the front, Matt Woods going to the back now.
It just looked like he dropped off. It's a little choppy, but Matt Beers is looking behind, a little concerned there, it looks like. We'll see once the picture picks up again.
Yeah, connection here usually it's not the best
fine.
Because they're really near the airport, Girona Airport, so it's always a bit tricky with the connection. But our camera guys with the drone, with the motos, are doing an incredible job for us to see the whole race from today.
Looks like Messerschmitt is unclipping there and kicking his bike a bit. I wonder if, you know, I saw a few of these guys running road cleats. They love that platform and the stability of it, but on a muddy race, I don't know if that was a good idea. So
I think for none of the class marks, I would go with road pedals. You never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
I know a lot of the road riders especially love doing the road shoes with road cleats. I think it's a bad idea.
I would never do it for a Gerard-built course either, because you know he's going to do something just to screw with people. And here we actually saw, right there on the back, though, that Matt and Messerschmitt were having a little chat too. They were like looking at each other, so I'm wondering if they're starting to talk about how to play this thing out.
Yeah, it's their first year riding in the same team, so they want to know each other, play the tactics correctly, talk about it, and we will see.
Yeah, they're the ultimate professionals. I'm sure it's diplomatic, but they also they've only been teammates for probably a little less than a week now. They're feeling each other out, learning them, and maybe even to some degree starting to establish a pecking order.
We have both of the groups here on our screen. Leaders group with a chasing group.
Messerschmitt is really having an issue here. He's looking down a lot. He was unclipping. Now he's hopping up and down. He just banged his rear wheel, wondering. He's trying to get some problem solving for Matt. He's having Matt check out the rear wheel if maybe there's a soft leak or something is wrong with his gears. But Messerschmitt is not content in just riding right now.
It's the worst moment is for something to happen. No, mechanicals are never good, but at the end of a stage.
I mean, we saw him crash earlier. We're going back there. It looks like he's trying to get something wrong with his shifting, I'm guessing. I mean, looks like he was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, his gears are skipping around, so it sounds like, I'm guessing his rear deraillier's a bit off. Maybe we saw him crash on his drivetrain side early in the day. I'm wondering if he's been dealing with skipping gears all day and still making that amazing chase back. But skipping gears are the worst feeling in the world. You just can't even keep the power down. But the fact that he's kicking it, and then he was having Matt kind of spray some of his water in there trying to clean it for him.
Back in the front. "32 kilometers to go." Yeah, as you say, less than an hour we'll have them here in San Gregori.
And as far as the racing this year, I mean, Roman has already won a race in Australia at Rattle Gravel. Matt Beers has already won. I saw him win a season opening race down in South Africa, like one of his local races, but everyone in South Africa is prime fitness right now with it being summer. So they've already opened their accounts this year. They've also got that race touch, from...
Wild Element just had a mountain bike stage race, Mediterranean Epic, last weekend as well. So 4 or 3 days stage race.
So that's also something, early season, it's kind of, you kind of always race into it takes a little bit to get that touch back, that finesse, the muscle suppleness, those micro accelerations from the group. So all these guys are actually race fit except for maybe Messerschmitt.
Yeah, I just saw a post yesterday. He's been doing a lot of rollers because he's doing heat training. I don't know for what event that is for, but yeah, it's not the same being on the road, on the gravel, and on the road, like on the home trainer.
No, the heat training is pretty standardized now. Pretty much guys just do it all year. There's a whole host of hormonal benefits that come from it. It's very beneficial. The running joke is it's the poor man's altitude. Basically, if you can create a fever, you have a whole slew of blood plasma volume, natural hemoglobin enhancements that happen by creating an extra stress. So it's pretty commonplace in the World Tour and in elite anything, mountain bike, gravel now, to basically ride the rollers in some sort of a paint suit or thermal jet. It's horrible. It makes me wonder, like, what is winning really that worth it? That's not why I want to ride a bike, but it's commonplace nowadays. And it makes a big difference, especially when the mountains are all snowy and you can't go train in Andorra.
No, yeah, it's been, as we said, a harsh winter. A lot of people around Girona took out their home trainers because, yeah, getting wet one day is fine, but getting wet for a month at some point is like, no, I'm done with the rain. And if I have to take out the rollers, I'm not riding.
Yeah. So that little graphic is off. Messerschmidt is not with, not ahead of the group there. That's just, yeah, now he's back with them. And that's another defining feature that usually features in the Traca is that little roundabout down by the river in the underpass. That's always a fun little spicy spot. And it was actually right after there. It's right where these riders are now 2 years ago that that stick kicked up in Mattia De Marchi's wheel and broke his bike, which allowed Rob and I to go on to fight it out for the Traca win. But that's just an example of it ain't over till it's over. I mean, literally something benign as a stick ripping up through your gears and your day is done. So,
yeah, Mattia De Marchi, one of the first pure gravel riders. He loves Classmark event. He's always been here. Now he's with a new team. He created a team, the Grits. It's always fun to see their socials, how they like rent a house and they cook.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just, I think it's the spirit of gravel. So
Mattia is great. I was talking to him yesterday. He looks, he's in the race today. It sounds like he's been nursing a bit of a cold. He's not at top shape, but you know, Mattia's a no excuses guy. I'll make the excuse for him because he's not going to complain about it. He just gets on with the job and has a great time doing it. And he always finds a silver lining, which I really appreciate about Mattia. He's going to find a story out there somehow, even if it's not a result. But he's been extra busy creating a team, and he owns the Hills. So he's a race organizer, a team manager, and a pro racer.
Yeah, the Hills is the next Gravel Earth Series event that we'll have in Italy in the middle of March. Epic ride, epic race, epic events. Last year, the best images, I think, came from there. Everybody was really muddy, and Mattia loves his climbing, so it's a climber's course, but anything can happen.
I would love to make it there someday. It looks phenomenal. Yeah, the images that come out, it's as an organizer, you don't want the mud because of the logistical problems, but also from the promotionals that come after the race, it's pretty iconic.
Yeah, and with them, you know, it's always going to be fun. Now I've seen a post as well that they're doing an after party on Sunday. They're going to do like beers and potato chips, like frites. And yeah, you know, with Matthias, there's always happening. So yeah, go to their socials, see what's on. There's going to be a party on Girona on Sunday. We have a couple of events as well. There's a meet and greet, the specialized off-road racing team on Velodrome, I think from 2:30 to 4. So if you're around Girona, come. There's still more happening after the race.
There's always something, yeah. I mean, we're planning some stuff with the Canyon DT Swiss team as well, and they're staying the whole week after in Girona. So it's, yeah, there's always something to do here, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't get bored. Hopefully the weather gets better and we get a bit more dry riding, a bit more sun, and I think the spring is going to be phenomenal.
I think tomorrow is going to be phenomenal. I think this is all baking out. I mean, I would assume that, you know, it's just kind of been not too much rain except for yesterday, correct?
Yeah, stopped for a while. We had a wind thing situation going on midweek,
yeah,
and the rain situation yesterday, but I think...
So now the sun's out. Like, we might just get... this might bake down, and that's going to make tomorrow so fast. Less dust. I mean, we might see record speeds tomorrow.
We have Sofia Gomez Villafane leading the women's race on our screen. She has less than 15 kilometers to go. Rosa Closer was chasing her with a bit more than a minute behind.
This is Rosa now. Okay, she's chopped off another 5 seconds, but she's starting to run out of room. She's brought it back down to a minute. So Rosa is
on a mission, eh?
She's on a mission. She is coming back. We're going to see how much Sofia has left in the tank. And Rosa, I mean, 15K, that's, at this speed they're riding, that's less than 30 minutes. So it's going to be tight. You know, there's no more feed zones. So, you know, Sofia and Rosa are, they don't both have any more chances for hydration mix, any more gels, any more feeds unless they stop at a neutral water point, which they wouldn't do, especially with this on the line.
Yeah, and unless they have somebody on the course telling them differences, they don't know what's happening, how far away they are.
My gosh, Maya, I'm getting excited now. I kind of said I thought the women's race was just kind of done. I thought it was just one by one. We have a pursuit on our hands. That's pretty cool. So,
Yeah, Morgan was behind them as well. We'll see a timing point once she crosses that mat. We also had a lot of chasing groups.
Yeah.
Here you can see the graphic.
So Sophia was so Sophia's the green. What we're seeing here, Sophia's the green. At the first checkpoint, they were even time, correct? And then through the big mountainous section, Sophia gained 2.5 minutes when Rosa reportedly crashed. And now over the flat section between feed zone and water station 2, Rosa has pulled back 1.5 minutes of that 2.5 minute gap. So.
Wow. This is going to be interesting till the end.
Yep. And again, remember, even no matter what happens now, even if Sophia holds on for the stage victory, which is a very righteous celebration in its own, I mean, now we're going to be talking a game of seconds coming in for stage 2 tomorrow. So the GC is the GC battle is already established for tomorrow.
And now you can see the terrain still a bit wet, a bit muddy. They'll have the crossing of the river not far away. We will see what the decision is. Yeah. Maybe they'll go by going by themselves. They go off the bike and walk it. I think it's a safer way. But maybe we see them riding. For sure, they've been gone and reckoned that part because it's the homework you have to do.
Yes.
At least the first part of the course you need to know, and the last part of the course you need to know. So I'm sure they know it by hand, and we'll see which decision they've done.
Yep. So as they finish in St. Gregory here, they do not do the final single track of the Traka, do they?
No.
Okay. Because this is where Sophia would pull back. But if Sophia doesn't have that and it's more open, do they have any more single tracks today?
No.
Okay, so that's a disadvantage to Sophia as she is the more technical rider, the more mountain bike-based rider, and Rosa is more of the power rider.
They do have a tiny single track, but I would not call it single track.
Okay.
It's just maybe 200 meters long, and there's nothing really technical. And then they'll turn left, hit the river crossing that Plasmark organization had to rebuild because it was gone by the floods that we had. So it's been rebuilt so the riders can cross it. And from there on, it's pretty flat. Not champagne gravel because it's pretty broken, but pretty fast gravel till they get to St. Gregory.
Okay. And then how far is the final dirt to the finish? How much pavement until they come right in here where we are?
100 meters.
Okay, so they're on gravel till the very end.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've changed the finish points because having more people, we wanted to make it wider. So it's a bit different from last year, but it just changes 100, 150 meters. So they'll come from the asphalt, turn left, another turn, and then they'll hit the finish line. Really fast downhill here, the moto trying to keep up with the riders.
So we are, this is all within rest zone rides. You know, these are the if you look at the heat map on Girona, this is bright orange. I mean, this is what everyone rides all the time. They're going to be on this path for a little bit, and then they kind of cross back into farmlands for just a second, and then they hit that kicker that we were talking about earlier in the men's race, which would be the final launch pad if you were together in a group.
Yeah, Vías Verdes are really famous around Girona. It's where everybody goes. It's where the train tracks used to go. So it's a really good system to do with the family, do with the friends. Usually they're pretty chill, except when the events are going on.
Yep. And we are getting more into populations too, so you know this is a popular track. We're starting to see some walkers and stuff. I saw Sophia just yell out there, track attention, you know, making sure she's safe and that there's, you know, no dog walker or something like that on the trail. Sounds like she's trying to get a little bit of information from the moto.
Motos know they're not allowed to share any information with the riders. We saw, what was it, 3 years ago, that the leader of the Trucka 360 woman was riding and her GPS just shut down, and the routes are not marked. You have to follow a GPS, so it's really important. And she was yelling to the motor riders like, "Please give me a ride!" And yeah, really cool anecdotes from that.
So here, look at all this now. These are just, you know, regular folks on their Saturday stroll, but. When a game of seconds and Sophia maybe gets held up on a bridge, I mean, this is 1 second, 2 seconds. Like, this is all going advantage Rosa with the chase. Of course, it's advantage Sophia. She's in the front. But, you know, this is all, these little things start to add up.
Yeah, but this is gravel riding. The routes are open to
100%.
So you have to know that. We do put signs on the whole track saying to the public that there's going to be an event from that hour to that hour. So the riders there know that the race is happening, and usually some motos come before them to check, and they advise the people to just be careful.
Yeah. And this is looks like a men's group here that we had for a second. This looks bigger, though. This is not the front group, unless those two chasers have caught on. Okay. So what we're seeing here is, I guess, the two chasers, but it looks like they might have caught on to some guys from...
Some woman, maybe.
Some woman, or, yeah, maybe... there's not a short course in the Santa Vall. It's all one course. Unless maybe there were some guys who came back to them. I mean, that Vakoch group was lingering back there. If we can see a kind of a dark gray jersey, better. That's the thing. These guys, they all just announced, you know, the season opener. It's a brand new jersey, and they drop it yesterday on social media, and we need to know what it looks like.
We need brighter kids. We need brighter kids.
You know, the way that they're riding, though, I'm not seeing just like some women pro hanging on. Like, it's, I think that they got absorbed by a chase group. I think.
Yeah, I do agree with you. So we have women on one side of the screen, and then we have the men's chaser on the other side of the screen, navigating on the puddles we've had for today. I think it's just been, you can see them on their jerseys. It's been pretty muddy. So less than 11K to go for Sofia Gomez Villafañe, and less than 24 kilometers for the men. So we're gonna see the replay, so how the chasing group got absorbed by the other chasing group.
All right, so here they are coming in. It looks like a Scott rider. I don't know the blue jersey. You know, with all the mud, you can't see the numbers. We were having to rely on timing chips, unfortunately, but it was clear that a few of these, that strong chasing group has come in. So now we have a battle for 5th, at least. This is the group riding for 5th.
And as we were saying, on gravel, if the ones in front start thinking about the tactics, and chasing group can come back.
Yep. Is it what is the podium for the gravel earth rides? It's usually top 5, or they even go 10 sometimes.
Top 10.
Yeah.
For the States, it's
Celebrate
top
the community.
3.
Yeah.
And then for the whole 2 days together, it's
Okay.
going to be top 10. So
Okay.
everybody can fight for the top 10. It's nice to do the champagne showers and celebrate Javier.
100%.
Yeah, I liked him.
Yeah. Yeah, in the U.S. we call it the wide-angle podium. You need the wide angle with your phone. Yeah, I really appreciate in the U.S. we often do 5 instead of 3, which, you know, top 5 is always pretty prestigious.
Yeah, they
And
used to do it on the mountain bike as well, and we've seen riders last year complaining about that.
This is
because
true.
Everybody works together. It's a whole team, and you want to celebrate with your team. So I
Yes.
think at least 5 is
Yeah.
fair.
Well, and even the traditional podium, it's fine to have 2 riders on either side, kind of sandwiching the podium. I think it looks good, you know, photogenically too.
Yeah, and everybody here makes an effort. We've been seeing the top of the race. Here is the river
Okay.
crossing. We're going to see Rosa Closer navigating it.
She's in the pursuit. There is no running that. It is.
Ooh, see, this is that rocky
Ooh.
part I told you. Yeah, this is what we couldn't do yesterday because rocks are humongous. She's a really good rider, and you can tell how technical this part is because that part is really broken.
Yep. I mean, she had to try. There was. She's in a pursuit now in a game of seconds.
Yeah,
We don't.
50, less than a minute.
Okay, and we didn't see how Sophia went through it. If she had to dismount or anything as well. But 10K and about a minute gap, so I think it's looking like Sophia will hold on. All, you know, barring any catastrophes.
Yeah, this part is pretty wide gravel. They have the kicker that we talked about before, and then is just straight to San Gregori. So we'll have them here pretty soon. I'm excited to see this fight, and yeah, tomorrow another day.
Yep. So there you can see Rosa has opted for her Canyon Grizzle bike, which is normally an adventure platform, but it boasts extra wide tire clearance. So that means that that's telling me that Rosa was either concerned about the mud or she is running somewhere in the 2.2 to 2.0 tire range, extra wide there on that Canyon Grizzle. It's a little bit of a weight penalty, but the clearance is phenomenal.
I think that's a good choice for today.
Mm.
It's been pretty technical course, muddy, rocky, lots of puddles, and yeah, it's I think an adventure bike. It's a bit better option. So here in the screen you have the leader. No, now they switched to Rosa Closer. Here she's chasing Sofia Gomez Villafañe, that's in the leading position at the moment with less than 9 kilometers to go.
Yep. It's down to 55. Oh! She went the wrong way.
Here,
she doesn't know.
No, because this is a Y. Usually on track you do the right, but it's a private road for the factory that they've been trying to close.
Okay.
So it takes you to the same place, but it's pretty broken on the uphill.
Well, a little hiccup there.
And that's the thing sometimes. I think being a local rider that you ride these gravel roads all the time, sometimes your mind just switches off and you try to do whatever you're used to. And sometimes you forget that you have to look on your GPS to see the track.
Yeah, sometimes being too local can be a detriment, I guess. And right there, it looks like we just had a little graphic. We were so focused on that fight for the win there, but it looks like Larissa Hartog and Sophie Wright have actually gapped Morgan Aguirre, and Morgan has lost another 40 seconds to the fight for third there. So, but we have a group of 2 coming in for that final podium spot today so far.
And now we have Sophie Wright as well here fighting for third.
Okay. Oh, and
yeah, Rosa Closer fighting for second, and we have Sophie Wright in third position at the moment.
So the time gap, it looked like Larissa Hartog is no longer with her anymore.
Yeah, maybe the decisive point was the river.
It's very possible. I mean, it's easy to slam something in there you can't see. Hopefully there's no mechanicals, but you never know.
For the ones that are tuning in, we have less than 8 kilometers to go to the women. We have Sofía Gómez Villafañe on first, Rosa closer chasing her for second position, and Sophie Wright on third position at the moment.
Yep. And then it looks like any other 20 seconds to Larissa Hartog, and then Morgan Aguirre sitting in fifth.
It's been a pretty good fight. We've had a bit of everything today.
Yeah. And it's also just telling me how hard this track has been with the mud today, because this is not a vertically challenging course after that halfway point, but they've all actually split quite a bit. So it's just there's a lot of tired legs out there early. This rain, the cold, it made things very complicated this morning. That is for sure.
Yeah, and especially the beginning of this stage with a bit of road, then the loose gravel, river crossing, lots of mud, navigating, so they have to be really tired. You see here Rosa closer on the last 7 kilometers of the course, chasing Sofía Gómez Villafañe, that's in the lead. They're arriving in San Gregori just in a few minutes.
Yeah. And it's looking like that little bobble in the stream caused Rosa to creep right back over that minute gap there. But, you know, she's going to keep going all the way to the line, just knowing that tomorrow it can come down to a game of seconds. Like, she's not going to just, like, bank second place today. And so Sophia also, knowing that Rosa's coming behind, for sure someone that specializes has gotten her the information somehow, because she's, you know, been looking over her shoulder. You know, so she's actually got to keep pounding away, even though she knows she's got today 5K to go. She's got to go all the way to the line too. She only gets to raise her arms in the last little minute.
Yeah, definitely. Is the time we see how each of them is pedaling differently. They're fighting the demons on their head, maybe giving them each other just like pep talks, like we can do it. Both know this part of the course. They've raced it. There's the finish line of Traca that they did last year, Traca 200. Both they were racing each other, so they know what they have to do. It's pretty short to the finish line. Trying to be as area as possible. They'll have the last kicker, and it's pretty flat to the finish line.
So we just saw, while we were talking, one of the candy mechanics popped his head around the corner and took a picture. So that's just telling me that, you know, it's also a race within the race for the team staff. They have to service every rider and race right back to the finish for the media personnel for the photos, but also to catch their riders and, you know, cover them up, clean them off, get them the recovery shakes and all of that. So the hustle is real for the whole support personnel out there.
Yeah, and also they're doing the feed for the women and the men. So the women went first, but then they had to wait for the men and then sprint to the finish. Yeah, it's as you say, it's a team job.
It's always a really difficult balance. So you have to have that difficult conversation on when do you cut it off? You know, if the riders have dealt with a mechanical and they're too far behind, I mean, they still want help. They need a bottle. Maybe they need mechanics. But if you have a rider in the front, you know, like maybe this is an equation that happened with, you know, we haven't seen Keegan Swenson all day, but we have Specialized 2 in the leading front group. They obviously have to prioritize the win. So, I mean, Keegan, you know, I'm sure they'll leave someone there to help him, but, you know, you have to make these difficult decisions as we start banking on teams supporting more and more riders.
Yeah, that's a good insight that sometimes we don't think about, but bigger teams might have the personnel to help that, but smaller teams sometimes even like ask their parents to go and help them, and then just getting into the feed zones and all the like logistic to get there, it's complicated.
But of course, you know, if you are out of the very front running, then it's okay to stop and fill your own water bottle too. But yeah, we haven't seen Keegan all day, you know, and his big debut on Specialized. So I'm curious to hear what the story is with him. You know, he's the consummate professional. I'm sure he showed up, having done his homework. So we'll get that information, I'm sure.
Here you can see the map with the leaders on the screen. On the bottom of the screen, you have Sophie Wright fighting for the third position, almost in San Gregory. So we'll get to see them pretty soon.
Yep. You know, and it looks like Gerard and the Classmark team got their timing right, because, you know, it looks like there's only about 13K separating the front women from the front men. So as soon as Sofia crosses the line here, we're going to be treated to that final of the men and that four-rider group, and we still don't know what's happened and what's being played out there. But it's going to be an action-packed next 30 minutes here.
Yeah, as an organization, I know they work hard on trying to. You can always try to see the scenario that can happen, but you never know what's going to happen. And lately, it's been working out. The women can have come before the men, but yeah, it's always a tricky situation. You want to have both of them their own space. So
here's the wall.
Here's your spot.
This is this is such a cool spot for me. I used to train on this when I was that road pro in Girona back in 2006, 7, 8. But oh, this thing is so steep. The camera never does it justice. I can't believe she's actually sitting down right now. That's power.
Yeah, it's a small kicker. Now, 200, 250
yeah,
long, but it is.
If you sprinted, I mean, I guess it's around a minute, maybe just under. But it's steep. It's really steep. So, I mean, this is a good visual for if there's that men's group still together coming in within the next half hour. That is the launch pad. And there's no single track after. I mean, if you launch that, you have to hold on for, 3 kilometers, 5 minutes, mostly downhill, all the way in.
Yeah, and it's not to Girona. They finish in San Gregory. That is the town before. So from here on, they have just 3 kilometers to go. Pretty smooth gravel to the end, and we'll have them here soon.
So Sophie Wright has actually brought back a decent chunk of time on Rosa, too. She's had a good second half.
I saw her warm up this morning. She was riding from Girona to San Gregory on the road, and she looked really focused.
Yeah. I mean, 40 seconds. I mean, they're on the hill at the same time there. So, again, I would expect that this is the final finishing order is what we're seeing right now. You can even see in our graphic that the finish line is in sight. So, all these women are very excited, and they are ready to be done.
Yes. We have Sofia Gomez Villafañe leading the race. Rosa closer, chasing really closely, less than a minute behind. And then Sophie Wright on third at the moment, chasing Rosa closer back.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the moment where, you've used all your gels, you're probably out of water, the check engine light is definitely on, and it's flashing red, but, they just gotta get in now. I mean, you just know, the pain is very temporary at this point.
Yeah, they've been in this position plenty of times. But yeah, it's the first of the season to almost all of them, so has to hurt.
Oh yeah. Yes. Sophie is having a great little rally comeback. I do wonder if I wonder if Rosa had, she went all in trying to catch Sophie on that epic time trial by herself, but it looks like she might be her engine might be the one starting to shut down here a little bit. Not surprising given how much of a gap she took out a minute on Sophia over that flat section in the middle of the course.
And also we heard she had a fall, and a fall always gets a lot of energy from your body. You don't notice it till when it starts coming, you're like, okay, maybe sometimes when you hit the ground, you have to take some gels, take some more energy because your body takes a bit on it.
Yeah, she'll really need to take care of herself tonight. You know, sometimes it's the day after too. Is you sleep, you get a little stiff. You know, she's gonna have to do an extra warm up tomorrow to make sure she's ready to fight.
So we're hearing now Uriol on the speaker. Less than 2 kilometers to go. They're almost here in the finish line. Finish line's getting packed. We're seeing everybody walk by. A lot of people come to watch. It's our home race.
Yeah.
A lot of people from Girona want to see their idols and their friends come here. So if you're around, please come by and say hi. There's food and drinks, and there's going to be plenty of show to come.
Yeah, I always love early season races. The energy, it's just so palpable. It's, you know, it's just a different they haven't been racing over the winter. Like, you know, by the end of the season, you know, everyone's kind of tired. The races, like, they have like a little bit less of like that starry-eyed look. And right now, just everyone, they're coming out of hibernation, and you could feel the excitement on the start line this morning. So.
Yeah, I really like the first one of the season. And especially if it's a stage race, because you get a second try, no? Sometimes traveling for an event that lasts for a day, and if it doesn't go okay to you, you're like a bit of disappointed. But to have another opportunity the next day, it's nice to have.
And the tickers just changed to final kilometer, so they can see each other there.
Oh yeah, so you can see Rosa closer nearby. Maybe she'll give it a bit of a harder push to get it. That's a bit of energy back on your legs when you can see the rider in front of you. She's motivated now. We're gonna have Sofia almost here. 4 hours of 15 minutes of racing, and she's on the final kilometer of stage 1 of La Santa Vall.
So they were doing just under 30 kilometers an hour in these conditions, in the mud, in the slow, the tacky dirt. I mean, that is impressive.
Yeah, 2 days ago, you could see the Pyrenees. We've had a lot of snow. But today it's a bit cloudy. Camera guy trying to clear the lens from all the mud that he's seen today.
Just so we can see all that dirt. It has been a mucky day.
Yeah, kudos to the moto riders as well to give us these images, to letting us see the whole race on our screen. So we just saw Sofia Gomez Villafañe go by on our door. So she is the winner of the first stage of Santa Vall. Here you have it on your screen.
All right, look at that.
A race, Sofia Gomez Villafañe, the winner of the first stage of La Santa Vall by the Traca.
That's got to feel good to get open the account, right? You saw she sprinted all the way to the line, though. Knowing it's a stage race, she didn't put her arms up until she crossed that finish line and after, because every second counts right now.
Yeah, now is the feeling. She's happy, tired, but she delivered.
She delivered.
Had to do what she did, what she had to do.
She's such a consistent rider, and she knows how to always manage her equipment. Sofia Gomez Villafañe rarely seems to have mechanicals. It's very rare. So, you know, that I bet today a big part of her success was caring for her equipment.
We just saw a change. Sophie rides, I think. Let's see the finish shots. So no, Rosa closer in second position.
She doesn't look too content. She's shaking her head.
No.
A little frustrated.
Sofia, first position.
Okay. So second position for Rosa closer in the first stage of Santa Vall by the Traca, and on third position here on your screen, Sophie Wright doing an awesome comeback from the chasing group. She was Morgan, and
she was never even in the front with those girls. That first selection of three was Sofia, Morgan, and Rosa. So, I mean, gosh, it'd be really interesting to look at her time splits. I mean, it's clear she's got a pair of legs on her right now.
So now we have the podium, Sofia Gomez Villafañe, then 57 seconds behind you have Rosa closer, and a minute and 59 seconds behind you have Sophie Wright.
Yep.
So that's your podium for the Santa Vall first stage. More to come tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's going to be really exciting.
You can see this is the finish straight of the San Gregory La Pineda, Espacio La Pineda. Yeah, we see here Sofia Gomez Villafañe done a great job soaking it all in. It's been a really, really hard day. We can hear Uriol there getting the riders into the finish line.
And Sophie, goodbye.
That's the finish straight. We're still waiting for the men to come. Less than 11 kilometers for them. They've been riding for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Now we see the sun come out, and yeah, we're gonna have them shortly in our screen, but we're gonna keep with the women finish.
And then the second one that you went in the water.
Please make noise for
So this is the part I like the most, when the riders are just talking about the race. We see here Morgan Aguirre arriving on the finish line. It's not as muddy faces as the hills last year, but pretty epic.
That was her big debut. She won the hills last year, and that was a very big victory, and kind of announced her as that favorite status.
Yeah, we have Carla here trying to interview the podium of today's stage.
I'm back. See? Yeah? 20 seconds. Vale. Who was it? Because they are already talking.
I'm surprised you let me lead that climb. I was like, ooh, Rosa didn't fight me for this turn. I was like, yes. So usually going off, I was like, whoa. Yeah, I was not on top today. Literally none.
3, 2, 1.
Congratulations, Sofia, for the victory of stage 1 of Santa Vall. How did you feel?
Yeah, I mean, good enough to get the win. But no, we've been super busy this week. We've had a team camp. We're kicking off 2026 with a massive expansion of the off-road squad. So it's been, yeah, we've been really busy, but it's been super fun to kind of get the whole team together and, yeah, kind of start talking about the year. And yeah, I didn't mean to get away on that climb and ride by myself, because that's like the thing I hate the most. So it was a good mental practice day.
Thank you so much. How was for you? We could see that you cried, that you couldn't get the water bottle in the fit station. Explain us a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the race started off quite nicely, and I think Sophia and me, we got away on this first kind of kicker, and then were later joined by Morgan. I must say I don't love the mud, and I could see that Sophia was technically really strong in the mud, and then I sent it down a little bit too hard and crashed quite bad, so I have to take care of that elbow soon. But Sophia was really strong, so congrats on a deserved victory. Yeah, and then I guess when we came to the long Santeria climb, I went with Sophia, and she has a really good, upper threshold power. And then at one point I was just like, okay, I'm not feeling it today. So I took it like a notch down. And I think actually at that point I kind of like was standing a bit, because I think the gap catapulted out. And I think at the end I got a bit of time back. But yeah, today I would say the deserved winner was for sure Sophia.
Thank you so much. How was for you?
Well, it was pretty full gas from the beginning. I didn't have the pleasure to ride with these girls at the start. I didn't quite have the legs. But I actually felt better and better as the race went on. I was working with one girl and we were doing pretty well together, but then I decided to attack and go solo. And then, yeah, suddenly found myself in third position and just went full gas for the final 20K. So yeah, I'm really, really proud of this race, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, the sun shining. But it was very interesting going through the river in my road cleats. So yeah, it gives you motivation to stay on the bike when you're in these road cleats because it's difficult running in them. But yeah, gonna go and recover now, and Somi for tomorrow.
Somi, see you tomorrow.
Las paraules, som-hi, let's go. I seguim aquí gaudint de totes les arribades, pugem la música, seguim de festa major.
So, hearing from them, it's been a tough day, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Sofia not liking going by herself, then going by herself. Rosa doesn't like the mud, and then it's been a pretty muddy stage. So here on your screen, you have the top 10 women now. Sofia Gomez Villafañe winning stage 1, followed by Rosa Closer, third Sophie Wrights, then Morgan Aguirre, then Jerike Schreut, Axel de Van Prevot, Hanne Van Lok, Nicole Frein, Lang, and Carolina Migon. So that's your top 10.
I do wonder if there's a little bit of a glitch there in that we didn't see Larissa Hartog in the top 10, and she was there until the very end. So either she's walking or her GPS chip did not track right there. So let's get some clarification on that. But right now it looks like we got some men's action.
Less than 8K to go, 8K to go for the men, 7K to go.
They are coming into that little kicker, and they are all still together. So, you know, we don't know if, I think, moves have been made or what's been happening, but...
Three riders.
Oh, there's no map. Oh, yeah, no, we're okay. All right. Maybe he was about to attack, but he's just going right to the front there, huh?
Okay. Oh.
Ooh, oh, okay. This is what I was talking about, coming off of the mud right onto the pavement. It's always weird like that.
Ooh, and this is a scary one. It's just before the river crossing.
I am glad Matt did not go into the water there and just right under. It's lucky he's the biggest guy in the group and he couldn't fit through those little monkey bars there. But yeah, crashing on the pavement too. I hope he's all right. He might have a little road rash, but he went right back to the front and just started riding and just showing that like that can't affect him.
So this is your front group on the men, Matt Beers, Matt Wurtz, Wout Alleman, and Romain Bardet.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to have guys start thinking of how they're going to play this. Again, I think Roman is going to have to try something on this climb. I mean, he's just got no option. I mean, I don't think he wants to leave it to a sprint here, a 4-up sprint with these powerful riders. And it's long enough, just can he stay away? Or does he even have the legs? You know, and the fact that Matt just crashed, I'm sure the adrenaline's high right now. He might have even got an extra jolt of energy that will probably last to the finish. But, I mean, gosh, it can't be feeling good going down on pavement like that.
Yeah, they're really close to the last kicker. I think remember that has to go, but the rest of the riders know that that's coming up, and it's a pretty short one.
We just saw Rosa actually walk by our media booth right here looking for a shower. She's trying to get that elbow all cleaned up. She does not look comfortable right now. So
no, she looks in pain.
Here's a very big men's group. That fight for 5th place is that's shaping up to be a very good battle here. So this racing is going to be tight, and there's all to play for in the GC tomorrow. Looks like Matt is, you know, he's dangling a little further. He's kind of rocking. I don't think Matt looks too content right now. he's starting to come off the pace. Usually, you know, when I've raced with him in the past, like he will kind of straggle off the back and he can use his momentum to come back. But right now he doesn't look good. I mean, his hips are rocking a bit. It's like he's not just coming back on this is like a very flat, smooth road.
Yeah, I think that fall had to do a bit with it. He's struggling a bit with his body. You try to see him, like you see him, he's just trying to stretch and he's not comfortable on the bike at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if he's nursing a bit of a cramp or maybe like a Charlie leg, you know, a dead leg or something, but you know, that we still have that climb to go. That kicker is just right around the bend here, isn't it?
Yeah. We're just going through the chicken farm that you could see on the left, and then they'll get the kicker pretty soon.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing this playing out, I think we might have the fight for the podium.
Yeah, no, this is it. Yeah, we never know what. Maybe there's a surprise in there somewhere. Maybe Matt's playing chicken and he like read a course on poker this past off season. But the fact that he's just not even getting on the wheel right now just makes me think he's just not feeling great. Yeah, so now it's going to be a very cagey little battle. Oh, here he goes. Okay, it's a little choppy, hoping for the picture to come through here. This is where it's all going down.
Still there, struggling a bit, but not letting go.
And Mass is even coming back to the back. You know what? Okay.
None of our predictions had happened.
No, they are fully... it's clear that they're just not confident in knowing that one of them could sprint long enough to get away from the others. I mean, if you did that, I guess it would be a 3-on-1, and they're not. They think they would just be burning matches for the sprint. So it seems to me that they've all resigned themselves to this being a sprint final, and hopefully someone's going to take a flyer here in the last few meters. Now we're going to see how Specialized is talked, and you know, it looks like Matt is starting to ride the front. I wonder if Matt's just going to keep the pace high to make sure that no one can get a jump, and it looks like Messerschmitt is positioning himself for the sprint.
Yeah, what's your prediction?
Oh, I don't know. This is so hard. I am not a gambling man for a reason. Here we go.
It is.
So now the 1-2s are starting.
Good tactic from Mats going to the front. Less than 4 kilometers to go. He's just going to try to stretch the group and try to go
So
ahead.
if Matt Beers has any, it looks like they're reacting pretty quickly, and the speed is so high. I think they're hopefully going to, not hopefully, it looks like they're getting right back on his wheel. Hopefully for the chaser, that is. And it looks like Matt doesn't have it. That was his big pull and sell for Messerschmitt there. So unfortunately that crash took something out of him, because I would have tried to, if I were Matt Beers right there with the non-crash legs, as soon as they came back to Messerschmitt, that would have been Matt Beers' time to go. But unfortunately that crash seems to have affected Matt. Well, Messerschmitt is not giving up. He's still got that just slight gap, so those guys aren't getting a full rest on him. He's all in.
I know. He's committed to get to the finish line. We see a bit of a gap. Now we don't see the third person. It's just...
Oh, you see Dan Sote there waving his arm. He's telling the moto camera to get away. He's feeling like maybe Messerschmitt is getting a little bit of a benefit from the draft there.
Yeah, I think Matt's leading, and then it's Wout Alleman.
Maybe Roman. This is Wout here, huh?
Ah, yeah, this is Wout.
Okay, so Roman Bardet was the guy waving his hands at the moto there in position number 2. Wout Alleman is now just time trialing in for third. Roman doesn't look far though, so you never know what kind of cat and mouse games will come if Roman gets back on terms with Mess.
Less than 2 kilometers to go to the finish line. This is your top men on the screen.
It looks like the elastic has finally snapped, and that's where Schmidt is eking out a race-winning gap with 2K to go. I mean, he's got to hold it for another 3 minutes at this pace, but yeah, by the end, this has not been a clean day by any means. Now, we've seen crashes in the very front of the podium, so I can't wait to hear what the carnage was behind today.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stories. We'll get them to you tomorrow once we get the know. A lot of people to talk to today, but here on your screen, less than 2 kilometers to go, we have Mats Woods leading the men. On the back, Roman Bardet, and we have here Wout Alleman from the Boof BH team fighting for 3rd position.
So that's your podium position tentatively, and it's all just a game of seconds still for tomorrow, though. So the men's race is completely open. And this is where team tactics will again start to... Okay, and now we have Wout Alleman reconnecting with Roman Bardet. So Roman blew up trying to get on terms with Messerschmitt and couldn't quite hang.
And I do think if this comes to a sprint between them, Wout is going to get the 2nd position.
And this was always Mats' preferred terrain here. You know, he was, I think he was the Danish time trial champion for the elites for quite a few years, and won some stages from a breakaway in the Giro and stuff. So Roman being a mountain specialist, you know, this was where Mats made his move and was able to tuck down, get in that arrow crouch, keep the speed.
So here is Mats just in the final kilometer. We can see him almost reaching the finish line. So he's gonna be the winner of the first stage of Santa Vall 2026. Here you have it, Mats Woods from Off-Road Specialized Team.
European champion. Enough time to post up. No one in the background behind him there. And that was an impressive ride to come back from that crash. Remember, in the first hour of the race, he crashed. The whole group of women there coming in at the same time.
We see Roman Bardet here, Wout Alleman. We need to see the finish.
Roman is not happy here. He's yelling to say, bring the organizer to me. It sounds like he's going to file a complaint about something in the final there. But at the end of the day, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, this is always a discussion in every sort of racing. I mean, it's an unfortunate side of racing, but this also happened in on last year. Is, you know, we're trying to bring the coverage to the viewer, and it's hard to bring the coverage and at the same time give the riders enough space, especially the way that riders accelerate in gravel sections with the speed of motos and the way that the bike's handled differently. I can't really fault Messerschmitt for using everything at his advantage. It's kind of just an unknown code in pro racing that, you know, you have to, if the moto's there, you take advantage of it. It's not your fault, it's almost more the moto's fault, but at the end of the day, like, I can't fault Mess for doing that, even though that could be how Roman feels as a difference maker.
Yeah, it's always hard to control everything that's happening around, but for now we have Mats Woods in first position of Santa Vall, second for Wout Alleman, and then third for Roman Bardet.
You know, I would still say that Mess is the very worthy winner. Again, how he came back from that crash, and remember, he was alone chasing and had that big time trial by himself for the better part of an hour. I think he was from basically 25% of the course to 50% of the course. He was by himself. So, I mean, Mess had a hell of a ride today.
Yeah. He has to be happy with his ride. We saw him smiling. That is hard to get from him. A smile at the end of a stage race. He has more to come tomorrow, and it's going to be another big fight. But today, what a day. What an epic ride from everybody. This is the chasing group of the men. Big group came together, eh? good names here that's been riding. They've gotten a bit of the woman peloton as well. So now here we see a bit of a mix, and we're going to have them in the finish line pretty soon.
Max and Sofia tomorrow. Will must defend el crown. Y ahora llega un grupo grande de participantes completando el 2-10. Las posiciones de honor de esta primera etapa.
Okay, here you have the chasing group almost on the finish line. Big sprint from this group. You saw the left corner and
Hugo Dreschu there, Kaiser, Dan Sote, Arno Stansby, Aman Stansby, right? That's a very big group. Full peloton, huh?
Paul Boss, Ben Thomas, Mattia De Marchi in this group.
Yep, big group right at 4 minutes back. So yeah, that means it's all to play for tomorrow in my mind. I mean, even though you know, Mattia De Marchi is sitting in 26th place, I mean, he's just a handful of seconds outside the top 10 potentially. So.
And it's a good stage for him tomorrow as
exactly.
well. So for sure he'll play it around. So many things happening today. Great way to start the season. It's been an epic ride. We've had interviews from the women. We'll get some interviews from the men. We know there's a bit of complaints from Romain Bardet to see what happened in the finish line, but it's when things are this close, we're always...
Yeah, it's a hard call. I mean, I don't know how he would change it over. I don't think they can disqualify or penalize Mats Schmidt for that. I mean, I feel for everybody here. You don't want the motor to ever affect the race, but at the same time, I don't know how you would correct it. You can't go back. Again, it's not Mess's fault. So, yeah. I mean...
We will see. We'll talk to them here in the screen. You have your top 20 men for the first stage of Santa Vall. 120 kilometers, more than 1,600 meters of elevation. They had puddles, they had climbs, they had rocks, they had river crossing. Epic day. Now we'll go with the interview with the men to see what they have to say.
2 to 6. Back off, right with GPs, or A is B. Mientras siguen llegando participantes, recordamos.
Congratulations for the victory of the stage 1 of Santa Vall. Can you explain us a bit how was the race for you?
It was very tricky. I made a wrong decision on my tires, so I didn't have any grip in all the mud, and it was a good start, and I was in the front with Matt, my teammate, but then we had these, I don't know how long it was, full of mud, and I couldn't handle my bike. I lost, I think, a minute and a half or something to the guys. I was rolling around there and had to run, and yeah, it was a bit of a shit show for me, but then I start the long climb, and then I just find a good rhythm, and in the end I catch the guys, and then from there we start to race for the victory.
Thank you so much. Ja està. Perquè vol marxar. Ja. Sí, l'altre ja volia marxar, ja ho hem fet.
So we heard from the interview from Mats, yeah, it looked like that way. Like he couldn't really ride the mud, and he said, so now we'll go with Wout Alleman to see second at today's stage.
Hello. How was the race for you today?
Yeah, super good. The start, it was quite hard with all the guys, and it was really fast. But then on Els Anjos climb, I felt really good. But it was just too far from the finish, and in the flat parts, I suffered a bit in the end. And I think I can be super happy with second. Mats was just stronger today, and I think this was the best possible result for today.
Okay, thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. L'altre està a l'ambulància.
¿Y a podio aquí no eres?
Sí, a les dues. Posava les dues al programa.
So here you have it, words from the winner and the runner-up. So your stage winner, Mats Wirtz, seemed pretty happy. Bad decisions on tire choice, maybe he'll change them tomorrow. Wout didn't enjoy the flat parts, but he came back to a second position, and then Romain Bardet, third on the stage today. What a day, what an epic condition. Tomorrow we have almost 90 kilometers of a bit more ups and downs, a bit more rocky terrain. Just started with a climb, single track, I think a bit more technical, tactical, shorter race, and a lot of things to happen.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of people. I think only two riders are truly content, and that's the Specialized duo up front there. Everyone else has it's a grudge match now, and they're gonna want to prove something. No one wants to leave empty-handed, so it's going to be some fireworks tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us today. We're here in San Gregory, more tomorrow, and thank you very much. Adios. Ciao.
Adeu.
Yeah, exactly. Adeu.
season. Welcome to Gravel Earth Series.